I'm Scott Al Miller, and welcome to the October 10th Thursday Night Live here from Leon, Nicaragua. If you're watching this, that means our video must have worked. I'm doing something different, trying something out, and I want to have a video introduction that happens on the live stream because normally we just put up a screen or I just kind of babble and wait for people to join because it takes a little bit of time for people to realize that the live stream has started and everyone's just kind of stuck in a waiting room. So instead of having a static waiting room or me just kind of fiddling as I get everything ready, and instead of me scrambling to try to get ready and then kicking things off and just waiting, we're going to do a little bit of a video introduction so you guys have a little bit of me while you're waiting for a little bit more of me. So it's Thursday night. Who's excited about doing a live? This guy. We're trying this out today. So the first of you are probably just hopping on about now. It takes about 30 to 45 seconds. So welcome to the waiting room for the live stream. This is kind of like if you go to Disney World and you have that pre-recorded message where people are like, so you're waiting in line, and you're looking around, you can't really see anybody. You're pre-recorded, so it's a little bit weird, but I imagine that several of you are now on. So here's what we're going to do while we're waiting for this guy to be ready to join the actual live stream with the cameras and everything, and fingers crossed, if you're seeing this, that means I kicked it off manually. So if you're seeing me, you know I'm right behind the camera getting everything ready, getting my coffee or my Tonya. It's probably a Tonya. It's already in the fridge, so I know I'm going to have it ready. Things to do while you're getting ready. One, right now you still got several minutes, so go get a snack, go get a beer, go get a glass of wine, whatever you need to do. Get yourself ready, fire it up on the TV, get things comfortable, start thinking about any questions you might have. For anyone who's here now, start either prep to ask questions or at very least jump down in the community chat and say hi. It's your chance to get that stuff going. That way when I actually pop on live, I've got people to respond to because it always takes a little bit to get the ball rolling. So let's get some of the introductions out of the way. If you're new, introduce yourself. That would be fantastic. If you're, a regular, we know who you are. If you see new people, encourage them to introduce themselves, maybe draw out a little bit of what they might be looking for. Welcome everyone to the live stream, of course. So if you're just joining us, welcome to the Thursday night live stream waiting room. So if you get a chance, if you have any questions, go ahead and start asking them now. There's no way we're going to ask too many questions right at the beginning to cause any problems. So get that started. The more questions we have, the more discussion we can have. And if you see a ton go on, yeah, hold back a little bit, but that's not going to happen. Go ahead and ask away. Feel free. Things going on this week that I want to talk about just while you're hanging out on the live stream waiting for me. Number one, we've got our membership thing going and we're up to 13 people. So if you see anyone with the little extra star by their name in the chat, that means that they're a member of the channel. That is a $5 a month, well, $4.99 membership USD. And you can see there's a join button because people are always asking. So check out the join button. We'll talk about it, ask your questions, whatever. But that's what, if you see that, that's what it is. You can join and it's a subscription to help support the work that we do here. So no pressure. Don't worry about that. But some people have questions. That's what that is. We have set up for that group the super secret members only live chat room is up and running. So we've been hinting that that was coming, or teasing, I guess is a better way to put it. And that is officially there. By the way, I'm going to do this for about 5 minutes to give myself ready to get the cameras and stuff and get a beer and make sure the lights are good and be all set up and get you guys in. So we got about a minute and a half left to go before hopefully I kick over to the live camera. So again, welcome everyone. It's the Thursday Night Live for October 10th. Get down and ask any questions, which is really in the chat. I guess it's on the side. Say hello. Ask any questions you have, introduce yourselves. If you have not yet, don't do this right now, but if you have not yet watched the episode from yesterday on Nicaragua, this is our tool for chatting, and so we've got the super secret member group on there. That's private. That's not what we're sending you in for. For anyone else, even if you're not a member, you're all welcome to sign up on Nicaragua. It's 100% free. It's just like a Telegram or a Signal or a WhatsApp, but it's Nicaragua's own, and it's even more private and secure than any of those. It uses the Matrix protocol. You can ask your questions on the show, and we're going to wait. We've got a loud, they're doing mosquito fumigation behind me, so, I think we're okay. And so if you make an account on there, don't go do that now. Watch the video. It's very short, and it shows you every screen and exactly what to do. Trust me, do that. Don't try to use the app. Don't do anything that you don't see on the video. It's 100% fail rate. There's ways to do it, but don't even try it. Just do what the video says. It's super easy. It works every time. If you try to be like, well, he said this other thing's really easy, it's not going to work. Everybody does that. It's really close to 100% of people don't listen to me and try it anyway. And then it's 100% of the people that do that have said and this is not new. I've been running this for a long time. For over a year, every single person has failed. Okay, we're at 5 minutes, so we should be waiting for Scott. Is he around? Like,
hey, Scott, can you hear me?
Hopefully he's going to be here in a second. Future Scott, are you like getting close to ready? Is there like, are you able to say hi at least?
Hey,
okay.
Hey guys, Scott,
fingers crossed.
Are we going to do this?
Did we hear something?
Yeah, it's me.
Fingers crossed he's nearly ready. We're just waiting. Ask your questions, say hi, get ready for the live stream. It's October 10th. This is live from Sutiaba, Leon, Nicaragua.
Hey guys, how did that work? So we had no audio at the beginning. I hope we have audio now. We do. Awesome. I wanted to try that out because it's actually pretty complicated doing this, like getting into the live stream thing. And every week I like start it and then I'm like, what do I do now? And I'm sitting here, none of you are on yet because no one knows about it. And I watched some other live streams paying attention because of this, and was like, oh, people do a waiting room. So last week I did this still image, but then it's like, I can't update you or let you know what's going on, and I can't really plan around it. And there's a bunch of things I want to do. Like I want to run into the other room after it started and put it on in the living room television, because that way when my kids or my wife come by, whoever's in the house can just walk by and see what's going on in the studio, and they know, within 30 seconds of what we've been doing and what's been going on. And so that proved to be really useful when we did that. And now it's been, I think with this, like, it gives like a reason to watch at the beginning, and it lets me tell people about the show, because normally I start it and I'm like, what do I do now? So I'm hoping this works. And with the new, because there's a number of you on Nika Habla now, I'm able to post there, and I'm in a Telegram group for a similar channel, and I'm able to post there and let people know. And so it's been different. So I think it's cool. I'm liking it. Sorry that the audio didn't work right at the beginning. That is something that I have to remember. It's just a new thing because I've never done that before. I'm just playing the video off of a laptop. But it was neat. I've never tried that. So I was excited, and I definitely want to know your comments as to whether it was good or whatever once we got the audio working. So let's start from the beginning. Kurt is here. Hey, Kurt. Good to have you here. A#1 Savage is here. Great. Awesome. Luke's here, of course, because we were talking just as he was getting on. Josh made it. Oh, you like the introduction. Thank you, Josh. I had fun with that today. Like, I was recording it in the afternoon, and I'm like, this feels so goofy because I'm doing it like, I felt like those videos they play at Disney World while you're waiting for the ride, and you're like, this is really silly, and they're like talking, but they don't know we're here, and it feels weird, but it's funny. That's what this felt like to me, and it was fun. Let's see. Oh, Janet is here. Hey, Janet, but she has a class in a few minutes. Jamie is here. Jamie and Lisa are... Oh, Jamie is here saying Jamie and Lisa are here. Hey, guys. Good to see you here. And they said... Janet said, I'll be back whenever I can. Yep. George is here from Michigan. George, what part of Michigan? I don't remember asking you previously. I used to live in Flint. I know you're jealous. You wish you could live in Flint instead of whatever lame part of Michigan you're in that isn't Flint. But, yeah, I used to live on Chevrolet in Flint. Kevin and Kevin are here. Howdy from Nebraska. Rob Senator is in. Luke says, I was the latest failure on the app. It was everybody. It was so many people. Even with the video and like the notes, like it's still, I can't figure out how to make it not happen. Pokey says, can I go to Nicaragua to escape child support? I don't think so. That would depend on the country you're coming from, but not very likely. Rob Senator says, I wouldn't recommend it, Pokey. Jamie liked it. You did a great job. Larry says, my favorite day of the week, both an honor and a privilege to be a member. Thank you, Larry. Chris is here. He says, hi. Hey, Chris. Desmond is here. I like the intro. Gives the show more flair. Ooh, yeah. That's what I felt. Like, I feel like I have more energy now that's been done than I did before. I also feel, we've been stepping this up, right? Like, this has been months. It's a slow Oh, wait. I almost forgot. We are unofficially... My happiness is sponsored by Tonya Ultra, who, by the way, I just noticed that this can works with the color scheme of my office. Like, that's a perfect match. I don't know what that's about. It's so light. It's like there's hardly any calories, and yet it's still refreshing. Um, we do not have a product placement deal, but we should. We should have one. I feel like the blue lights, the orange accents in the background. There's even an orange mate hiding back here in case I move, just in case you see it. But like the accent lights, the dimmer lights were on the Suri 33 millimeters. The camera's actually really far away. I'm not even close to touching the camera. I'm less than halfway away. That's how far away it is on a 33 millimeter here in the studio. We may have a guest on the studio later, on the show later, and someone new. And I'm thinking that this whole setup, like the lights are better, the background is better. We're just a little bit every week bringing this up, and I feel like we're like with the video intro, it just feels good. And I've been going back after the fact and trimming out just at the beginning and end, not in the middle. That would be so much work. Just a tiny bit. So people who are watching it later get it slightly more polished than before. So I'm feeling good about it. It feels really good having been able to announce it to a lot of people. There's so many more of you on right at the beginning instead of finding it later. So that definitely helps as well, for sure. Renee says, hello. Hey, Renee. Larry's here. How long before CBS puts you on international TV? If CBS could afford me, Larry, we're in negotiations, but it doesn't look like they have the cash on hand. Playa Tesoro says, hey, folks, John from Playa Tesoro here. First time live chat ever. Oh, John, it's your first time actually on the live chat. We've talked a lot. And both John and Renee have both done videos for me that are going to go up at some point, and they're so far delayed. It's a bit ridiculous. Murad is here, but deleted his message. Rob Stonator says, oh, Flint, Michigan. As a former water treatment operator, I've heard all about it. Well, Rob, as a former water drinker, I'm very aware of the water in Flint. George says, Lake City, Michigan, Upper Lower Peninsula. Oh, nice area. That's pretty cool. The Portal Deep Gate. Are you living in Rivas? I assume the question is for me, and the answer is no. I live on the outskirts of León. I'm totally public about this. You can look it up if you like put in some research. I live in the Barrio of Sutiava, which is enormous. That doesn't let anybody track me down. That's like saying a city, right? It's like Dallas-Fort Worth and being like, I live in Fort Worth. Can't find me on that. It's absolutely huge. But I'm in the Barrio of Sutiava on the west side of León, so the poorer indigenous community there. And like it a lot. It's a really great area, but pretty warm. Milton is here. Hey, Milton, City of Angels in the house. Go Dodgers. A number one Savage. I'm new. Hi, question. Absolutely. I've booked an ECI tour. Okay, I've never done them, but I am aware of them. At the end of October, I booked the tour, then discovered that my passport would be 7 days under the 6 months valid requirement. How strict is Nicaragua on that? Ooh, that is a really good question, and I don't know, but I'm going to ask while we're on the chat, and I may be able to get an answer for that while we're on the chat. I know that officially you're required to have 6 months. This is exciting content. Scott typing. All right, I'm going to do my best to find out. It'll be unofficial, but it should give us an idea. Arthur asked, why is the thumbnail a murder? Because it's cool, Arthur. Because it's cool. Oh, let me ask this question. Now I have to figure out where everyone is because I invited everyone to the live stream. Estoy en vivo. Okay, I am going to do my best to find out. Hopefully we get an answer on that. But I don't know anyone who has tried coming in under... So here's the thing. Maybe a lot of people come in with less than 6 months and we don't know because nothing happens. But I don't know anyone who's attempted it and talked about it. So I don't know. 7 days isn't very much. The reason that they do 6 months is they don't want it expiring while you're here and you're allowed in for 6 months. But it's more than 3 months, so that does give them a chance to not let you stay. I don't know if you're aware, number one, but Nicaragua does 90 days at the border, and then you can extend up to 90 days once you're in the country. So you actually get 180 days, which is your 6 months, which is a problem because your passport wouldn't last that long. But they don't have to give you that extension. So it may not be a problem because it's there's no way they would let you in under 90 days. No way. Like, that would be crazy. I don't know anyone who would let you in for less than the visa limit, right? Like, that just doesn't make sense. But you might be okay. So we're going to find out. Chris says, Tonya Ultra. It is, yeah. So this is the new one. And the Simple actually has a new light up Tonya Ultra sign, which I got a picture of. I don't know if I put it anywhere. I will do my best to put it up on the show if I have it. I don't know where I've got it, but I might get lucky and be able to track it down. By the way, tonight's picture, which Arthur mentioned, is a cats investigating a murder, and we have two versions of that: the one that's on the show, and one that actually has the body. But we like the one with the outline a little bit better. Luke says 118 days and a wake up until my flight out of here. Congratulations. It is the countdown. What is that, about 4.5 months? Larry says, when will Scott Allen Miller blog buy private box at the new stadium? I know what the boxes cost. Never. Tonya isn't going to buy a box there at those prices. It is nuts. Jamie says, looks great, nice and clear. Thank you, Jamie. Luke says, just hearing the fast typing makes my fingers ache. Byron Delgado Tech says, do you live in a gated community? Okay, so before I read the rest of it, I live in a gated situation. I wouldn't go quite so far as to call it a community. We're very small. There's more than just my house. I guess it's technically a community. The gate, yes, that is true. I have a gate. Is it guarded? Yes, it's true. It's a guarded gate. Is it a community that I live in? Well, we're not the only ones, but it's not like a giant community with lots of people. So it feels cheating to call it a community, but there are more than just me in a small gated space. Anyway, his full question is, do you live in a gated community? Because in one of your videos you mentioned a guard post outside of your home. Yes. So the reason that that's like that, so we like having a guard because we're really lazy, and having a guard that picks up food for us. First of all, it's just nice having a guard. Like, we're from America. Life can be scary sometimes. Anything bad can happen anywhere. Like, just because we live in a really safe country doesn't mean that nothing bad could ever happen. So it's nice having a guard. It's nice knowing that the bumps in the night, there's a person out there with a flashlight looking at it. We lived in a hotel when we first got here, like 24/7 for nearly a year. It's probably not true. At least 8 or 9 months. And knowing there was a security guard, every time we saw a light, like a flashlight outside, you're like, that's our security guard. It was such a nice feeling. And room service and all these things. When we moved to a house, we lived in the city for 1 year, downtown, and didn't have a gate, didn't have a guard, couldn't. Like, it was just a house, a city house. And that was fine. But when we moved to a gated thing, we'll call it a community, there was a guard, but only at night. And so the community has a guard, but he doesn't have a place to go. He like wanders around, and one of the neighbors lets him go in their house and hang out there. So like if it's raining, he's there. It's a little bit silly. So we didn't like that. But we were like, well, it would be nice if we had a guard the rest of the time, because at night we can really easily drive in and out, and it's nice having someone watch the place. But what if we're gone all day? It's really nice having someone watch the place, especially because we have dogs and kids. Right, so if the kids are home, and they're old enough to, my youngest is old enough to babysit professionally in the United States. Way older, years older, right? So we could leave them alone on their own. We could leave them alone in the middle of the city on their own. But, who wants to do that when you don't have to? What if you could have a guard plus the neighbors, right? And the neighbors are not people you would want to mess with anyway, right? Like, it's like retired military and stuff. So perfect people to have as neighbors. No one's going to like mess with them. and there's a guard, that's fantastic. So if the kids need anything, right, if there's an emergency, they have someone to run out and grab. If anything happens, like there's a person there, which is really comforting because we live in another country. It's just really nice. And we have dogs. What if a dog escaped? We've had that happen. We've had a dog manage to get out of the fence. It's really nice knowing that there's another gate and a person who will not open it because the dog is loose and go find the dog. So there's just a lot of things have been great. And like deliveries and opening the gate for our car, it's quite a luxury, but it's a luxury that comes with safety, and it's just been really nice. So the whole story is when we added a full-time guard instead of just the part-time guard, we were like, they really don't have a place to go, so we built a shed. It's pretty nice. Like it's got not air conditioning, but it's got fans and TV and internet and power and a place where they can change and store stuff. And so we provide a bit for the guards. And then they're not inside our gate, but they're directly against it between us and the outside gate, which you can kind of see them in the video sometimes. So that's like the guard post we built it right there. Jamie says, I know Costa Rica will turn you around. Yeah, Costa Rica is really American about those kinds of things to some degree. Like they have strict rules, not to mean like America's like mean about it. Just the rules are the rules, and if it's written down, that's the rule. And in Nicaragua, it's much more likely to be like, yeah, no, here's why we have that rule. We're going to apply it as best as we can to this scenario. What makes sense, and make a decision from there. Typically. So it's hard to say. Byron says, my bad. I suppose I should have started with hello. That's cool. Kevin says, the detergent guard is mandatory. Exactly, because we had soap disappear. Joe and Clara are here. Scott, what is a Western-style 2-2 rent for in Leon? And is it cheaper in the city versus out? So, so first of all, a 2-2 is hard, right? So if you're from the U.S. or Canada, there's a certain configuration of house. That's a silly thing to say. There's a certain series of configurations of homes that are common, right? I grew up in the U.S. Everywhere I go in the U.S. has certain types of homes repeating. 2-2s, 3-2s, studios, and one-bedroom apartments with a single bath, of course. Like those are super common things that are basically what you would just expect if you went to a random house in the United States. Of course, you can find anything, but if you were to like be teleported at random to different homes in the United States, those configurations would be the most likely. You'd probably hit them at least 2/3, if not 9/10 of the time. That's what Americans are used to living in. In Nicaragua, we have extremely different housing defaults. First of all, studios do exist, but they typically are so studio they don't have a kitchen. They're like a bed and a toilet. Yes, there's a door, but there's nothing else really, right? It's meant for like students or people who have just no support, and they need a place where they're going to stay minimally, and so they need to sleep. But they're going to have people cook for them in the street or whatever, and they're going to go to work or most likely school almost all the time, and they're really just there to sleep, store a few very minimal things, and to shower. And so that we have studios here. No one is going to want a studio. One bedrooms are extremely rare because basically if you're a student, you live in student housing, and if you are going to move out from your parents' or family home where you have multi-generational living in most cases, then you're only going to do that if you can make the leap into a reasonably sized place of your own. So the smallest that we see normally is a 2-bedroom. So 2 bedrooms are widely available, but 1 bedrooms are practically a novelty. But because space and cost is at a premium, multiple bathrooms is rare, which for North Americans is appalling because I would happily pay for more bathrooms than I would for bedrooms. Give me a 2-bedroom 4-bath before a 4-bedroom 2-bath. That's my way of thinking. But basically, you're always going to be short on bathrooms here. So finding a 2-2, all of that was to say, finding a 2-2 will be very hard. Finding a 2-1 or a 3-1, extremely easy. So I'll talk about those just because a 2-2 will be I don't have one to compare to. I have no idea what it would go for. Not that they don't exist, just it's going to be hard to find, and you may be stuck going to like Fatima, and the prices will be quite a bit higher. But in general, in Leon, in the middle of the city, yeah, prices are way higher in the middle of the city because this is a large colonial city. Everything in the center of the city is a tourist zone. Even though there aren't very many tourists, it is a touristic zone in the historic center. So buildings can be relatively expensive. Obviously, we're still talking relatively expensive, right? We're not talking millions of dollars. We're talking they can be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars sometimes, which when you live here, you'll be like, they'd be how much? That's insane, right? So it's all perspective. So if you want to be in the middle of the city and you're looking to buy, for example, you easily could be looking at over $100,000, especially if you want 2 bathrooms. If you want a 3-1, outside the city in like a very standard like Castle Leon, which I always use as an example, then you're going to be looking at much closer to maybe $40,000, maybe less. You probably could get into one for in the high 30s to purchase new. That is for rents downtown. I don't know. You're probably, for most things, going to be looking north of $300. You can get into a 2-bedroom for under $200 outside the city. You can get into a 3-bedroom for probably closer to $250, most likely, depending on where you are. But for a 2-2, and if you actually need a 2-2, then probably something like Fatima, and likely getting, I don't, off the top of my head, remember ever seeing something in Fatima that would be under 400, and even that might be a little bit of a struggle because it's a very, very desirable area, and anything with 2 bathrooms is just going to be a very high-end, unique offering. Unfortunately. Now, if you get to much bigger places, right, you start looking at 4 and 5 and 6 bedroom places, of course you're going to have more than 1 bathroom. That goes without saying, but you won't have 6 bathrooms with a 6 bedroom. You'll have like 3 bathrooms. Maybe you'll get lucky and find 4 bathrooms. So looking at, for example, we did one in Colonia Universidad. I feel like that rent was about $550, but that, I think, off the top of my head, was a 6-bedroom, 3-bath with a pool in a pretty nice neighborhood on a pretty crappy street. So you're like, ooh, until you see the street, and then you're like, eh. But it wasn't like dangerous. It was just like, that's a crap street. It's like a dirt road, but in a nice neighborhood surrounded by other people with really nice houses. So it's a pleasant area right next to Larry. But it's not, if you see pictures of Larry's house, you'll be like, oh, is it like that? You're like, no, it's a nice house, but it's not in a nice driveway like that. So they're out there, but prices will be all over the place. Now, if you're looking at one of the gated developments like Reparto, well, the Residencia Veracruz over here on the west side, or at St. Augustine on the east, or Fatima on the north, you will be looking at more money, definitely above 300, but possibly below 400, and you may be able to find like a 3-2, which obviously will work for you. I'm sure you're not going to be like, oh no, a 3rd bedroom, as long as the price is okay. But that's probably what you're going to have to do, is go up to a 3-bedroom, because it's hard to imagine a Nicaraguan situation where they would bother paying for a 2nd bathroom when they didn't have that 3rd bedroom, if that makes sense. So ask more questions, ask more details, but that hopefully gives you a starting point on kind of pricing and why specifically a 2-2 will be very difficult to come across. Jamie says, keep out all the paparazzi. You know, that's a funny joke, but that's actually, it's not exactly paparazzi, but it's kind of like that, and it really is a thing. John from Playa Tesoro says, what was the cost of a box? The regular cost of beer and food at the Leon Stadium is quite reasonable. No, John, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. Absolutely insane, to the point where everyone said like Flor de Caña and Tonya would never, ever pay for it. Like, why? What could you possibly do to ever make that worth it? The actual games are very reasonable, but the boxes were just, I mean, everyone laughed. Like, there were so many people that were like serious about it, and when they went and looked, they're like, what? You're not even like intentionally, clearly not trying to do anything. Luke says, an armed security guard to explain to the cops about the body. That's right. We like to call them a witness. Rob Stonator says, that's one of our reasons to want to move there. We could easily travel travel around and have someone hired to take care of our home and pets while we're gone. Exactly. Yeah, that's, it sounds like what a luxury, what an expense, right? To have a guard there all the time, but it really has been great. And we have the same guard almost every day, like weekends, someone else comes in. But it's so nice. He knows when we go out to the car, he hears the car, he opens up the gate, like before we even get the car running. And, I know I can show up in the middle of the night. I don't have to carry keys. I can have food delivered. When no one's around and the kids are nervous, they don't even like the guard coming in the house. He'll bring the food and put it on a table outside and then go back and then text us, and then we'll call the kids and be like, your food's outside. And it's just, there's so many, and like deliveries, we'll have deliveries brought to him, and then we'll just go up and pick them up. Like when we drive by, he'll hand them to us, all kinds of things. It has made life so much easier, because for me, one of my biggest complaints about Nicaraguan life, not Nicaragua itself, but the lifestyle of Nicaragua, has been the noise, the number of people who come to your door and yell in the window, in the door, make noise outside your door. That's really tough for me. I do online stuff all day long. When I'm not on here, I'm on the telephone, I'm recording videos, editing videos, talking to customers. I'm always in a spot where I cannot have interruptions or noise. And we're so isolated that I shouldn't have them. But without the guard, people are ringing the doorbell, screaming from outside, honking horns, all kinds of things. And we had some people who were working here, we're pretty sure they ended up being the ones who stole the detergent, who didn't work for us, worked for someone else, and they kept coming in and causing problems. And finally, I went up to the guard and I'm like, these people are out. Like, I'm done talking to, calling the people who hired them and complaining about them. I'm like, eject them. And he's like, you're out of here, right? And then we were like, they're not like, they did, we think, end up stealing stuff, but soap, not the end of the world. But part of the problem was they were coming in and just sitting outside my window and laying on the horn because they didn't want to walk over and talk to people. They just wanted to, they were just being annoying, which is a very common thing, make a lot of noise and make people respond to you. And I was furious because they're literally sitting feet behind me. I couldn't talk on the phone. It was so loud, and there was zero reason for it. And the person had no legitimate reason to even be here. He was like delivering food for his buddies or something. So security made him keep his vehicle out on the road. And they're like, if you need to come in, you can walk in. And anytime he walked in, the security guard just followed him and just stood there with his arms crossed and looked at him until he left. Solved so many problems. So little things like that, not everyone needs that. Not everyone is working like I am. It is a bit of a luxury. It has made a big difference. It has really made the day-to-day life so much better for me. But yeah, watching over my dogs, knowing that my dogs always have someone here with them, no matter what happens. We get stuck somewhere, we have whatever happens, there's someone here to deal with stuff 24/7. If we're not around, if something happens for a long period of time, they go through shifts. They're not going to go and leave the place unguarded. So like, there's so much comfort. And knowing that if we need to send a friend to like get to the house, I mean, these are really extreme circumstances. But, look at Allison's journey, right? They had this didn't end up happening to them, but they had a really extreme circumstance where the husband went to a holding cell in jail, and the wife was sick and going to the hospital. They didn't know what to do with their kids. Now, their kids are little, so this would not have made sense. But they couldn't get an adult to their house all the time. And they ended up having to fly in family just to have someone with the kids. And now, obviously, our kids are older. They wouldn't need that at all. But we have people who can handle getting them fed, getting them money if they need it, paying for things remotely, they could run anything for indefinitely without us here. No matter what happens, there is, people who are very responsible, who know who to report to, who have communications channels anywhere they need to go. If my kids are running in the yard, trip, fall, break a leg, can't get up, they can scream, and there's always going to be a security guard who can call for an ambulance, right? That simple. That I don't want to be, I certainly am not going to worry about it, right? But as a healthy adult, I still don't want a situation where I'm home alone, fall, hurt myself, and then, die because I'm alone. My grandmother died that way, right? She hit her head and bled out. Now, she was very likely going to pass anyway. She was very elderly, and it was very unlikely that having someone there would have made a difference. But it's a very real thing that you can be home alone and have a relatively minor accident. And if there's nobody ever to check on you, well, terrible things can happen. And so, having kids, knowing that someone's always there, is so much peace of mind. Such a great thing. Sorry, that's a lot about why I love having security guards, but it really does. When I lived in Texas, we always had roommates. So it was always like, well, there's us, but if we're not there, my best friend lived with us for a long time, so she would be there with the kids or whatever. Luke says, a 6.6 unit sounds like a hostel. It basically is. Oh, RM is here and says, love your channel. Thank you, RM. Patricia's here. Hello, friends, she says. And Kevin says, hello, Patricia. Dale is here. Still thinking about Patricia, and is joining late. Sarah Riegers is here. Hello, everyone. Sarah, what's electricity like in homes in Nicaragua? Would U.S. electronics plug in the same? Do they have the same breaker boxes where you can turn the electricity on and off? Is the electricity grounded? So most of this is going to be pretty positive. Haha, electricity joke. Electricity here is 60 hertz 110, same as the US. This is part of the North American power standard. So everywhere from Panama to Canada, completely the same. So you're good throughout this region. You can move around, do anything you want. You're all set. One caveat, lots of the outlets are the 2-prong, not the 3-prong. Of course, we have the 3-prong. Lots of houses just have the 2 because they're old and they didn't update them. So just be aware. That's an annoyance. But other than that, you do not need any adapters. You don't need to change your cameras to a different flicker setting. Everything's 60 hertz. Everything just works. So that's a reason why the Central American countries are very comfortable for North Americans, is there's just so many little things you don't have to worry about because of those kinds of things. So you're all good there. U.S. electronics, just plug in. Yes. Do they have breaker boxes? Yes, the breaker boxes here are identical, I think. The same brands work the same way. Typically, we have smaller ones here. Like, obviously, they're pushing the breakers a little bit harder. The U.S. is very good about the way that it handles power inside your house. Very few countries are like that. Go to Europe, you're going to be like, oh, this is bad. Yeah, here it's kind of in between. It's generally handled okay, but it's smaller boxes with higher voltage. Is the electricity grounded? No, it is not grounded. So that's, is it a major problem? No, but it could be better. Carlos says, hey, Scott, the national team will have a match against Jamaica in soccer. He means, I believe, tonight. What time, Carlos, is the match? And are they playing in Managua, or are you just watching in Managua? Scott is here. He says, hey, Scott, with your guard, how does he get paid? So in the case of, so we have 2 different guard situations. We have a private guard and a corporate guard. The private one is used by the complex, and they're paid by us giving money to our landlord, because we rent, and they pay them, or something like that. I think we actually pay them directly. I think we just hand them money, but it could go through the landlord. The corporate guard, they're with a guard agency. I guess that's what we should call them, an agent, an agency guard, I guess. They get paid a salary through the agency that they work with. And so the agency stops by, I guess, once a month with an invoice. I really don't understand this process because, just auto charge us, it would be so easy. But they come with an actual invoice. It's because it's always when I'm home. So I always go and talk to the guy, and he's like, sign this, here's your invoice. And then you just go into the banking apps, because we have these really handy payment systems here in Nicaragua. Of course, you could do stuff with cash. If you have none of this stuff, it's easy. But we have the bank apps, so we can just go into BAC, Lafice, whatever, and say pay X amount to this business, which is the agency, and it just goes. And it's kind of like paying with a credit card or a debit card, but without there's no cost to anybody. It's completely free. So very, very standard. Seeking Truth, in trouble. Seeking Truth, did I miss something? that goes with? Did anyone see Seeking Truth say something that In Trouble would? Well, we're going to hope that Seeking Truth 1984 comes out with the rest of that statement so we know what's going on. I hope it's not I'm in trouble or you're in trouble or we're all in trouble or something. John Wilder is here. Hey, Scott, what's the maximum amount of import tax if you send your belongings by a courier, general household stuff, not too many electronics? I don't know what the tax rate is. They are so capricious on that. It's very, very opaque. If you are a resident and you have your full residency scenario, so like when you become a resident, you're allowed to import your stuff. Then the tax rate is 0. You just get to bring your stuff in. There's limits, of course, but within reason, the stuff you would bring in will be 0. Like the limit is reasonable. If you're bringing things in and you are not a resident, you don't have the residency paperwork, you will have to pay an import. Sometimes they look the other way. If you bring in a lot all at once, chances are they're not going to look the other way. You would expect to probably pay 20%, 25%, but you can have to pay as much as 100%. Never heard of someone having to pay over 100, and I've never heard of anyone paying anything like that in anything like that scenario. I would expect 20 to 30%, but expect a number you would not be okay with. So John, if you're, we have a lot of discussions on this, and this would be a great thing to dig into. What makes you want to bring any amount of household stuff from wherever you're coming from, and how much are you talking? Like, are you talking like a couple little boxes? Okay. Right. Is it like clearly old stuff, clothing, and like if it's like your clothing and stuff, they're really not likely to charge you anything, right? They're not trying to be jerks about it. Sometimes they are jerks about it, but they're really not out to be jerks about it. That's not what's going on. They're trying to prevent people from having a pathway to tax-free imports that crush local businesses. So it's there's a reasonable middle ground. So it really depends what you're bringing in. Family photos, all that kind of stuff, really old things, like they're generally not going to care. But the moment you bring in things that could be resold, it can explode. Byron says, do you live in a predominantly expat neighborhood or community? No, I live in an absolutely no one but me expat area and community. Not just my immediate, like when I say I'm in a gated community, I'm 100% with Nicaraguans. We are the only, we're the only renters ever in this area, and we are the only non-Nicaraguans ever in this area. And I'm in a barrio that is, so first of all, the barrio is enormous. We're as far as I know, we're the largest. And by largest, I don't mean by people. I mean the actual square mileage of our barrio is, to my very casual research, okay, very casual, I believe we are the largest metropolitan barrio in Western Nicaragua. Like, we are physically enormous. It can take, I don't know, 30 minutes to cross it north-south or east-west. So we're very large. In that area, we are one of the lowest populations of expats outside of like really, really rural areas. We have essentially no expats in our barrio. I live in a barrio that is so poor, so well-known, and so generally indigenous that I can be anywhere in the country, and if people say, how long have you been in Nicaragua? And I say, I've been here for so many years. And they're like, oh, cool. So you're like, you're past tourist. You're like expat, because technically I'm still an expat. Like, that doesn't go away, but I'm an immigrant, right? This is my home. And people will be, I'll be like, no, I'm permanent. I'm full time. And then when I say I live in Leon, which is normally what I say, people are like, oh, that's cool, because it's not an expat community. So if you say like Granada or San Juan del Sur, they're like, yep, enclavers, right? Even if you're not, that's the attitude people are going to have. You're around a bunch of expats. Say you're in Leon and you get like this step up, and they're like, okay, you're like seriously living in Nicaragua. You get some street cred. That's cool. And then they'll be like, okay, yeah, kind of an expat thing. They assume you're living downtown in one of the colonials or whatever. And then I'm like, no, I live in Sutiava. And the look on their face just instantly, they're like, cool, you're Nicaraguan. End of story. Like, it's a totally different experience. It is night and day. They're just like, cool, you're one of us. No expats at all in this area. Every time someone that's an expat friend of ours visits us, they're like, what is this? Why are you here with no, like, so random. But we love it here. Kevin says, Scott, are you familiar with the app What Three Words? I heard about it on the BBC comedy, thought it was fictional, and is very interesting. It is very interesting and has a great use in places like Nicaragua. It sounds kind of familiar, but I can't place what it is. So I'm going to go with no, I've not heard of it, but I'll look into it. Kevin also says it should be mandatory for taxi drivers in Nicaragua. It has all kinds of uses, including emergency services. Oh, well, very cool. Cool Car Mod says, hola, amigo. Cool Car, how's it going? Good to have you here. Sarah says, awesome, thank you, and appreciate the electricity joke. I'm glad that you got that. I find that my humor is very polarizing with people, so it can be tough sometimes. Luke says, why isn't your major domo paying your guards? Actually, she does quite often. Like when I say we pay, I refer to our staff, right? That is normal that she pays the guards. John at Playa Tesoro says, we have been hearing of progress on the topographic work in the coast highway from Puerto Sandino to León and Chinandega. I know it's a tough question, but what do you figure will be the timeline? Oh, gosh, John, I don't know. What I've heard, and these are, the world's loosest rumors, and this was a year ago, is like pushing 10 years. Now, that was a year ago, so pushing 9 years. 10 years is a big round number. Figure 8 years. But we're talking more than a couple years. If you think about, now, could they jump the gun? Could they get new funding? Could they decide to do a lot of things? Of course they could. Like, they could decide to do the whole highway overnight. I don't think that's likely. I think they have a lot of struggles they need to do, and I've also heard that they're not going to Chinandega. So, either my information is wrong or something, right? But if you look at, and what I've heard is they're not going to Chinandega along the coast. There's already a León to Chinandega set of roads. They could do an inland road and just improve it, and that would be fantastic. We'd be doing a little dance out here on the west side. We're like super disconnected from things. There's a lot they could do out here, but we've got marshland that you don't have. You've got salt, so that's its own problem. We have a lot of marshland and the estuaries, so it's super hard. And then we both have Juan Venado to deal with, but they can get around Juan Venado inland a bit. But if they try to come past Juan Venado to us in the north, they're going to run into the mountains. They're hills, right? But the one south of Cerro de Oro, that's going to be really tough to bring a road through. They're either going to have to go all the way around and defeat the purpose, or go through and be outrageously expensive. So we don't know what they're going to do there, but our guess is, and consistently has been, they're not going to extend to Chinandega, because Chinandega has its own roads and its own situation. And it doesn't feel like it makes sense to try to bring the highway up there. I don't know what's going to do. If they're going to do that, all bets are off. I have no idea. But I think we're looking at many years, because if you look at, they're making really good progress in Rivas. I've seen the road coming in, and they're way far north, and it's moving along really quickly. But there's just so much you need to do. I'm feeling like it's got to be several years. I just don't know how it could not be. And we've seen nothing so far. So it's like, what are they going to do? Right? Like they've got to do prep work. And that's got to be at least like a year to come through those areas. So I don't know. Patricia, will you teach your daughters to drive in Nicaragua? My daughters absolutely refuse to drive anywhere, and will make life choices based on where they want to live, based on needing to drive. If Nicaragua proves to be a place that they would need to drive, they will move to Guatemala. Their words. My wife is the same. She absolutely abhors driving. She can drive, but she has not driven in years, and won't. So they get it legitimately. They're also very big. They're like, you know what? We're not quite old enough to drive yet. They've got several years before they can drive in Nicaragua. If we were in Texas, they'd just starting. My eldest would just be starting to drive. And by the time they're ready to drive, we're going to be so close to having autonomous cars that, they won't be driving in their teenage years, but by the time they're like, say, 25, the chances that they would ever need to drive or have value in driving themselves anywhere is probably going to be zero. So they're at just an age where, I can see why you might want your kids to drive But given the risks and complexities and stuff of driving in Nicaragua, and that my kids absolutely abhor the idea of needing to drive, they have zero interest. They would stage a rebellion if we tried to make them drive. No, I guess that answers the question, but it has nothing to do with living in Nicaragua. When we lived in Texas, same answer. From them, if we lived in Texas, I'd be like, I think you should probably learn to drive. But living here, there's no need. Can you bring in a car? So yes, Sarah, you can bring in a car. This is part of North America, so it's general imports are relatively similar throughout the region. There's no like strict thing, just it tends to be. Like most of the countries in the region, you're allowed to import a car that's relatively new, generally under 10 years, or an antique. If you're bringing in like a 1975 Ferrari, yeah, they're going to laugh at you and they're going to tax you, but you're welcome to it, I'm sure. But otherwise, you have to bring in a relatively recent car, and the taxes could approach 100%. So assume that you'll be lucky if you only pay half of what the car is worth, again, in taxes. Now, if you become a resident, you get a one-time import. So if you already own a car, it could be worth bringing it in. We do a lot of videos on this. In general, you do not want to bring a car into Nicaragua. The number of problems that you will face that are not related to cost are really big. You will not be able to get parts for that car. You will not be able to get maintenance for that car. You will unless you bring in a car that you could have bought here for cheap, you will be really obvious all the time, which in a small country, you really don't want to stick out like a sore thumb unintentionally. If you want to be famous, it's easy to be famous. But if you don't want to be famous and are just thinking, oh, it'd be handy to bring in an old car, you just made yourself a really, really well-known driver that will never be able to go anywhere without being spotted, because cars here are very repetitious. There's just a handful. We know which ones come from here and which ones don't. I had some friends, they didn't listen. They brought in a Jeep. They also brought in a trailer, which exacerbated the problem like you wouldn't believe. But they brought in a modified Jeep. So this is an extreme circumstance. It was a vehicle you can't get here, modifications you can't get here, a trailer you can't get here. And by bringing it in, they literally found themselves totally unable to function. It was and you'll excuse this joke, you're getting all the dad jokes tonight, it was a driving factor as to why they decided they couldn't stay in Nicaragua. There was literally no way they could deal with the problems that the Jeep created, and none of them were the cost of the Jeep. Now, they were not permanent residents, so that made it so much worse. Never bring in a car unless you are already a permanent resident. If you are getting that tax benefit as a permanent resident and you really want to drive it down from somewhere, there can be cases where you can make it make sense. But it will, whatever you're thinking, I guarantee it makes far less sense than you feel it does. I don't know anyone who has, I guess I know one or two people, but it's very few, who have brought down a car after getting residency and felt that it was acceptable. It's never going to be a slam dunk. At best, it would be well, this wasn't that bad. Patricia says, Kevin, I just downloaded what 3 words? Vince is here. Hola, ¿qué tal? Todo bien aquí y con vos, Vince? Luke says, looking forward to exploring Matagalpa's barrios and communities. Any prior barrio walks up there? I've done kind of city walks, Luke, but I have walked the barrios, but I've not filmed the barrios because one of my favorite things is walking at night, which is funny because Matagalpa is like famous for night danger in the city, unlike Leon, where you really can walk at night. Lots of people report that you probably shouldn't be out alone at night in Matagalpa, but it's like my favorite place to walk around at night alone because it's the most urban of the Nicaraguan cities, and it comes from my time it really comes from my time in Rust Belt United States. But when I lived in or worked in like Pennsylvania, like Erie, PA, and Wilkes-Barre, and like areas like that, I would go out and do so much exploring of old Rust Belt cities late at night because I worked at nights, and I would get like a break, like 3 hours in the middle of my shift. And I would just walk and walk and walk and explore the cities, and often with like books on MP3 back then. And I just fell in love with the night walks around cities. It was like the city was yours. It was silent. It was peaceful. The weather was cool. You know, Pennsylvania at night, even in the summer, is pretty cool. And I got through so many books. It was such a good thing for me in that way. But also, I would walk by historic markers and read them. I'd walk up to a cool house or building of some sort and have time to look at it. And the sidewalk would be mine, the alleys would be mine, the roads would be mine, every single thing. I would never pass a person. And it just felt like it was your private city and it was yours to explore. And in the day, there's traffic and people on the sidewalks and just congestion. And you always would feel awkward, even just reading a historic marker, that people would be like, what is he doing? Like, you'd feel weird, like you can do it. But it would feel weird. Doing it at night, it was like the whole city was there just for you. It was a really magical experience. And this went on for a while. I took this job for a year and a quarter doing this type of stuff. And then when we moved, really when we visited Europe, but then when we moved there, I did a ton more, and some of my favorite were like Sevilla and Cadiz in Spain, in España, Cordoba, Granada. I would walk those cities so extensively in the middle of the night and map it all out and come across all the coolest parks and monuments and stuff, and just, it was so cool. And people who explored it during the day would get so much less out of the city. Getting information for someone. Oh, no, they gave me the wrong thing. So I loved it. I really like walking the cities. So Matagalpa has more of that feel. And when I walk it at night, I feel so much more like that. When I walk like Leon or Granada, there's something so different about the colonial cities, and Managua is just such a villagey thing. It's different. Kevin says, I'll be in Jinotega and Esteli in 3 weeks, and I'm so excited. Awesome. Love those cities. Janet says, only 1 out of 4 of my daughters wants to drive and owns a car. Janet loves to drive personally. Well, Janet, you can drive me places because I don't like driving. I don't mind driving, but I don't like driving. Joe and Claire says, Scott, is your house a reasonable distance to town to get food and shopping? Everybody's got a different definition of reasonable, but from the grocery store, Janet, well, what am I, 10 minutes or less by car, probably 40 minutes on foot to like the main supermarkets, not like a market. A market's pretty close, but to like a supermarket like that people think of as a supermarket, about 40 minutes on foot. Pretty quick drive, 10 minutes or less. Most of that is congestion because of the stupid roads that they're fixing, but they're stupid right now. And Leon is 300,000 people, so you really don't end up far from things, even when you're far from things. Like it's a different scale of things. Easy to get taxis. It's easy to call taxis where we are, but one isn't going to come by and pick you up. Just no one would be empty and coming past where we are. But as far as catching the bus, the bus stops directly in front and everywhere. And very, very easy to take. So we could take the bus to the grocery store. That would take a little bit longer, but probably within 20 minutes, and it would cost less than 25 cents. So very easy to do that. Once you learn where the buses go, if you're trying to not have a car or you're trying to be cost effective, they are crazy cheap and very easy to use, quite comfortable. We have all of our buses are new and very safe, very bright. It's not like the chicken buses. Like our city buses are really nice. Janet says their grandmother wouldn't drive either. That my ex's mother. Byron says big Costco shopper here. We go once a week. How often do you go to PriceSmart Managua? Are the Kirkland products similar to Costco in the U.S.? I guess I don't know for sure on the pricing. I think they are similar, but I could be wrong. I have not shopped at Costco in the U.S. for a while. We didn't have a Costco. I lived in Europe for most of a decade before we moved permanently to Nicaragua. So while I maintain a house in Texas, I wasn't Costco shopping very often. So, and now the prices have all changed so much. I think they're similar, but hopefully someone who comes and goes like TJ, who's seeing U.S. prices and Nicaragua prices, can jump in and tell us. I'm not sure, but I think they're ballparkish, and it will depend on the product, but for the most part. How often do we go to PriceSmart? I would say more than once a month. We definitely go once a month as like a very well-planned trip. But then like this month, I was in Managua for something, so it's often like, hey, we're low on mayonnaise. Okay, I'll swing by. And then I grab like cat food and mayonnaise. But for like a big trip where we're filling up the car and like taking the cooler and like, okay, here's our big shopping list, Generally, we try to do it monthly, and that works for us because we're 2 hours away, a little bit less, so it's a little bit. So hold on, I have to ask this question again. Sorry for the typing, trying to get a solid answer to a number one's question. If someone's able to answer it, I'm hoping. Maybe there is a driving gene. You're right, Janet, there probably is. Tusk is here. Hey, Scott, good to see you. Good to see you, Tusk. How's it going? And when are you coming down? Robsonator says, where can I get an amazing view? I talked with someone who bought a nice home in Mombacho. Crazy view. Honestly, there's really nice views all over the country. It depends what you want a view of course. Mombacho's got some cool views. Anywhere that you have elevation or a beach has potential for cool views. There's some cool beaches like Boquito. Like that area, there's like cliffs overlooking the ocean. That's pretty cool. Anything in like Matagalpa, Jinotega area, they've got a lot of mountains. Even El Sauce, you've got some cool views out there. Depends if you want to look at mountains, if you want to look at cities, you want to look at lakes, you want to look at the ocean. But all over the place, there's pretty cool views. But in general, I mean, just the view rule in the world is it's got to be somewhere with elevation, looking at things that don't have elevation. That's kind of where cool views come from. But because we kind of have hills all over the country, there's cool stuff sort of everywhere. But normally cool views come with a big effort to get down to the cool places you're looking at. So like I used to have one of the most amazing views you could possibly imagine from Cañar in southern Spain. But it was 24 switchbacks to get down to the grocery store. Paid a price for that view, let me tell you. Luke says, resident import a vehicle under 7 years old and $12,000 tax break, including the shipping. Not worth it. Well, the rule is it's generally not worth it. But if you are, for other reasons, using your car to bring pets down, and if you're using it to do so for example, if I already owned a car that qualified in the United States and it was going to come in under the $12K tax break, because $12K is a lot of taxes on a used car, right? If I was going to do that and I could drive down my pets and do my import of all my stuff, so I'm not shipping the car and not shipping my stuff, but driving all of it with me and my pets all at once, I can see why it would make sense. I've had people go through these scenarios and be like, this is how I'm going to solve things, and that works. But for I just want my car from the U.S., I think that's never going to financially end up making sense. You can sell it in the U.S. for more, and you can buy one here just more easily. And then you've solved problems like you have parts and stuff and mechanics here because we have a different supply chain. We have different vendors of cars here in some cases, in many cases. So that can be an awfully big factor. And even when we have the same ones, a Toyota Yaris here and a Toyota Yaris in the United States are not the same car. I don't think they sell the Yaris in the US. A Toyota Corolla here and a Toyota Corolla in the United States are not the same car. They have different parts. So if you import one, you could end up with oh crap, I broke my headlight and I can't get a replacement headlight now. That's not a great scenario when you're like, but I was trying to save money and now it's a $2,000 import of a light because you have to have it specially shipped from somewhere. Like that's just crap. Sarah says, how difficult is it to get a real piano in Nicaragua? Difficult enough that I'm not sure I've ever seen one. I mean, clearly you're allowed to have pianos, but given the climate, no one wants one here. Because remember, we're a tropical country, so you don't typically see pianos in tropical countries because they're big wooden instruments that don't hold up well. I do understand that they have a metal harp component inside, then that will hold up in the humidity without a problem. But the piano portion is wood, and those will go bad or be absolutely destroyed by termites so fast that I don't think you'll ever find one. If you bring one in, it will be expensive to ship and you'll be super sorry. I'm pretty sure you'll regret that. I totally understand. I was a professional musician. Why you want to bring in special instruments. Nicaragua is a place where it is going to behoove you to switch to an electronic piano. I don't think there's going to be any good answer to getting a piano here. If it's truly the most important thing to you, you're going to need to custom ship it. The real issue will be the shipping, not the import. I don't think you'll want to have some conversations with someone ahead of time because that's a really big item. You want to make sure it's all dealt with, but it shouldn't be any real problem. A shipper will get it to your door. You're going to want to make sure you have a room dedicated to it. You're going to want to inspect it once a week. You're going to want to, have an air-conditioned space. You're going to want to treat for termites all the time. You're going to do a lot of things to protect it. But if it's that important, you can make it happen. And there's so much cost savings and stuff in the rest of life in Nicaragua that, even if it cost 10 times as much to get a piano here, it's eventually going to pay for itself. And it won't cost 10 times. But unless you absolutely need to have a true piano, get a really nice electronic piano, and it will save you so much money, and it'll save you so much worry and heartache. Plus smaller space and no shipping problems and all kinds of other benefits, of course. But top 3, this is from John, top 3 restaurants in Leon and Managua. Okay, so over a big area. So I'm actually planning on doing an episode coming up soon of the top restaurants in Leon, but I haven't picked them yet. Top 3 restaurants in Leon and Managua. I am... Tonelli's, I think you have to say Tonelli's. That's in Managua, right where the Nika Espresso picks you up if you happen to get picked up in Managua. They're so good. Like, how can you not go with them? I have, if I can include Hino Tepe, I've got one there. I'm going to have to think about that. I've got a lot of restaurants that I really like, but picking out a top 3 specifically in that zone, which is funny, it's specifically outside a zone where some of my favorite restaurants are. Because one of the cool things about Nicaragua is that some of the really great restaurants are in the weirdest places, which could happen anywhere. Growing up in Western New York, there was a small town, if anybody wants to look this up and just have a little giggle to themselves about funny American locations, Warsaw, New York is a quaint. So growing up, it was really dumpy. It's my home county, I can say that. It was a really dumpy county seat. Everything was run down. Everything was cheap. Everyone mocked it. In the years since, it's really kind of taken over a role as a far-flung suburb of Buffalo. And now, going back to visit it, it's a super cute little town. I actually like it a lot. But I spent a lot of time there as a kid. I grew up in a very poor area doing a lot of really poor things. I was a poor farm kid kind of growing up. We weren't poor, but we lived in an area where it made you live in a poor vibe. I don't know how to put that, but you grew up in an area where everybody was essentially poor because we all lived on farms. So even if you had money, the world around you was poor, right? I don't know how to make that make sense, but and not that we were rich, but we certainly weren't poor. But it felt that way. So hanging out in Warsaw, I had this vibe of being just this extension of a poor area of the country. It's kind of like growing up in Appalachia, right? So hanging out there as a kid, it was just this really rough area. As I got older, around the time I got married, so this is about half my life ago, this old house at the bottom of the hill as you came into town got converted to be a really fancy restaurant with a private chef of a U.S. admiral running this it was called the Village House or something like that. And it was this off-the-hook, fancy restaurant. So good. Was it going to get a Michelin star? No, but it was really good. It would have been a top restaurant in the city. And it was just in this little town out of the middle of nowhere. No neighboring town had a restaurant like this. It was so just what is going on? People would drive for hours to go there, and they could only seat like, I don't know, 15 seats a night, tables a night, seatings. So, like, I find Nicaragua is like that. Little communities, you'll be like, what is this community? There's nothing here, nothing here, nothing here. And Huigalpa is a great example. Small little city, barely anything there. You drive south of town on the road, going to the middle of nowhere, right? Not like on the way to another city. This is on your way to, like, I really want to look at trees for the next 6 hours. And you're driving out, and then all of a sudden there's just La Hacienda, which is one of the probably best steakhouses in 4 countries, right? Like, now I don't eat meat, but they are insanely famous for some serious off the chart steak eating, and that's just where they are. And it's like, why? I get that there's cows around here, but this seems extreme. That kind of stuff is going to happen. Most amazing Asian restaurant is in the middle of a dusty road in Hinotepe where no one can find it even if you're in town, right? So good, we'll drive hours to go there. So I love that stuff about Nicaragua, that it's not like you go to this downtown area and you're like, here's all the restaurants, and then they get a little bit worse as you go out. It's not like that. I mean, a lot of places aren't like that. I feel like Nicaragua is just a little bit more randomly spread around. I don't know what my point was there. John says Facebook Marketplace might be a good avenue for a piano. It's worth looking. Sarah, we want to follow up. If you look for a piano and find anything, I certainly want to know the whole situation, how you got it, what the kind of price was. I don't have to know the actual price, but like compare it to something. I haven't bought a piano in ever. I was a piano minor, but like I didn't like have a piano. My school always provided piano. My grandmother had a piano. I never had to buy a piano, right? Americans don't tend to. Someone will always give you a piano. But here, I can't even imagine. Tito's here. Te llevas bien con tus vecinos? Yeah, for the most part. I would say some of them we rarely talk to, but most of them, I mean, I only have a couple, but one and his friends, they all watch this show. And a lot of Nicaraguans are very thankful for this show. So we get a lot of good vibes, I guess, because we take the time to talk about and show and expose Nicaragua to the world. So a lot of people who are, serious Nicaraguans, people who like living here, who are proud of their country, who want to see growth for their country, are like, wow, someone who speaks English, who comes from somewhere else, is putting in effort to do this. So we get a lot of love because of that. So that really does make it a lot easier to get along with neighbors, because they're like, oh, we watch your show. We're so thankful for what you do. And it's like, it's really cool. My one neighbor right here, he had a guest in from the United States, and someone who's originally from here but hasn't lived here in like 30 years. And I walk down the driveway and think nothing of it, and he just comes over to me and he's like, Scott, and I'm like, yeah? And he's like, hey, I just wanted to say hi. I live in, I think, Florida, or maybe it was, I don't know, somewhere in the South. And he's like, oh, I watch your show. Just really thankful for the work you do, and wanted to say thank you and introduce myself. And I'm like, wait, you don't live in Nicaragua. You're in my community because you're hanging out with my neighbor. So you're friends with my neighbor. Like my smoke coming out of my ears as I try to put together this combination of how do you know me? It was all very like, what? Renee says, what's the best way or airline to bring a lot of luggage? I always see people with big storage containers all taped up. That's what I was hoping to do. We're just bringing clothes and toys. We have to do the same thing. Mostly toys. Mostly my kids' very young childhood toys that, oh my gosh, they just lit up our sign for the first time. This is so cool. I'm going to show some of this stuff on the show in just a few minutes. I have to download them and get the images ready. But I'm excited. No one's going to care, but I'm excited. Renee, I don't know. We used a private charter to do that, and then it was as much luggage as the plane could hold. And that made all the difference for us. It was a one-time thing, took care of our dogs, tons of luggage, the whole family, and was outrageously expensive. But it solved so many things for us all at once. I don't know, but my guess is going to be American. But I know you're coming from Canada, but I don't remember which airport. I'm terrible at remembering what city Canadians are from. Canada, it's all one place, right? It's all just snow to me. You might be able to get like really good flights in like Aeromexico from up there. I'm not sure. Coming from the U.S., the thing to do is often to drive it to Texas and then take a flight out of Texas from American or United. EG says, greetings from Texas. EG, hey, what city are you in? I'm originally from New York, but long time in Carrollton. Byron says, is it true that drones are banned in Nicaragua? They are absolutely banned in Nicaragua, yes. That is the one thing that you just can't do, is fly a drone. James says, hello from Fundy. Hey, James. How is the fun in Fundy today? Or we should say James puts the fun in Fundy. But that's probably said a lot about James specifically, not like as a Fundy thing. People say it about James. Sarah says, good to know. Thanks. Beer Kicker says, hey, Scott. Hey, Beer. Is there areas around Leon to run my dogs off leash? Woods, parks, fields, away from vehicles. Yes, it will be difficult. The place that I think works best is taking what I call the La Salle Road. It's as you come out of Leon to the west, the main road dips south to go to the beaches. It doesn't go south; it just dips south-ish, right? It's west by southwest. But if you continue with just the slightest bit to the north, there's a cemetery on your right, and the road kind of goes off, and you go immediately past the University La Salle, or La Salle, as Americans tend to know it. Just past there, on the left, is a number of fields. They're the university fields, and it's like 4 sports fields. They're not very fancy. Like, they're basically just big grassy areas. So you have these huge meadow areas that are wide open. And, if you go at the right times, there'll be nobody there. There are people who go out and jog the paths. There's people who go out and play baseball all the time. But I've been out there many times. There's like 2 people spread out over 4 fields kind of thing. So if you went like early or late with a little bit of work, you'd probably pick up a pattern where you could head out there pretty easily. In general, off-leash is difficult. You can get away from roads, mostly by, if you walk into a lot of the barrios, you'll actually end up very far from traffic. That can happen, but finding a place where I'd be comfortable just letting my dog run off-leash, they exist. I can only picture so many of them. You may be able to make friends with like a farmer and be like, hey, can I let my dog run around on your farm for a little bit? Like, there's an awful lot of open space. But it's always someone's space. That's one thing that I do find a bit different than like the U.S. And part of it's probably just my perspective. When I'm in the U.S., I know what I'm looking at all the time. I am really good at being like, hey, this is a spot that is not technically a place I'm just allowed to do anything, but practically I am. There's no trespassing signs. There's nobody around. No one will ever care. There's no one being harmed in any possible way by me stepping into this large grassy area and letting my dog run around, right? In a city, sure, but like I'm talking in the country. I grew up in the country. There was a million places I could let my dog run around, but I knew what I was looking at. There's probably a lot of places in Nicaragua that are like that I don't know what I'm looking at, and I don't know that this is or isn't a place where it would be safe to let your dogs run. So there's some challenges just from that. But I do generally find my perspective is that Nicaragua has a lot more fenced off areas, so that I feel really confident that no one would actually care that your dog's running around. But you'd have to get past like a barbed wire fence, which you totally can. It doesn't seem like a great pattern to do when you don't need to. So, it's yes, but not as many as you'd hope. Luke says, Renee, don't use American or Delta. Well, Delta doesn't fly here. That would be a really big mistake to get on their flight as you end up somewhere else. Avianca is fair for luggage. I don't know if you can get Avianca from Canada. You might be able to. A number 1 says, name of the steakhouse again. Is your name happen to be like A1, like steak sauce? I'm going to start calling you Steak Sauce. I've just decided that's your nickname now. So the steakhouse is La Hacienda. That has an H. You don't pronounce an H at all in Nicaraguan Spanish. Any Spanish, in theory. H's are complete. So La Hacienda. And it is south of Huigalpa on the east side of Lago Nicaragua, a bit down the lake. Let's put a map link into the chat here. That's probably the sensible thing to do. But they are, now remember, I do not eat meat, so I am going off of reputation here and not personal experience, but they look fantastic, and I really want to go out there and check them out because I am a restaurant and travel lover, in case that wasn't obvious. And oh, I already found them. That was easy. Share, copy link, and here they are. So this is very out of the way. This would be an adventure, right, to go there. We could do, we need to organize some of these things. I would do some field trips with people, and put together groups and be like, we're all going to Huigalpa for the evening, and we're all going as like a big group, like, I don't know, 6 to 12 people. We're all going to La Hacienda, which is a hotel as well, right? So they make themselves a destination. And if you look at their prices for a hotel, this is a nice place, right? In Nicaragua, in a completely out of the way, zero expats. This would be 100% just Nicaraguans that stay there. They start at $80 a night, which is obviously affordable in general, but that is a very high price for a no expats, no tourism restaurant and hotel. So pretty cool. But if you look at the pictures, I think you'll look at the pictures and go, what? I really want to go there because that's what I do when I look at them. Like, it's so not what I expect. Now I'm gonna share another one as well if I can find it. But La Hacienda is just, it's this beautiful, beautiful property in this crazy location, and they have wine, so it doesn't matter if I don't eat meat. Like, I can find something to drink. We'll be good. And it's just such a beautiful place. Like, I really want to check it out and film it, and it would be really fun. We need to do some trips. We need to organize some things like that. But that would be super cool. I'm going to find, where's this other steakhouse I was going to say? Oh, yeah. Talk about bizarre locations. This one is Tusk's. I know you're there, Tusk. Wave and say hi to everybody. Tusk's aunt is the neighbor of this place. He's going to be like, what? If it's not, say so. But I'm pretty sure that your aunt lives pretty much next to this place. Luke, let's all go to Corral Dorado. Yes, if we have a place there to go, we would go there. But, okay, Mr. Seafood is not the right place. That's not the right place. Hold on, I gotta find. So the town I'm looking for is Dolores, and there's a number of cool restaurants. I'm trying to find the right one. No, that's not it. Oh, it's a hard one to track down. I'm gonna work on this. There is a really, really cool steakhouse in this area that I stopped at. I was with one of you guys, actually, and was driving by, and we're all like, hey, I'm kind of hungry. And we're like, oh, okay, cool. What about, and I just turn my head and I go, what about that place? And everyone goes, yeah, we brought up a map and really quickly whipped our heads around and turned in, and it was this really beautiful place that was just like, what have we discovered? And it was ridiculously high-end in the silliest possible location. And now I cannot locate it. If I was driving by, I would know exactly where it is. And they've probably all changed their names since I was there, which is what happens a lot and gets really confusing trying to remember where places are. Because so many things just go out of business or get bought out. Boy, I could have sworn that I knew exactly where it was. Now I'm just rambling. Looked hello from Fundy. Areas of Leon. Don't use American. Name of the steakhouse. Look on Marketplace just now, seeing a few pianos in Managua. Oh, that's good. Okay. Byron says, YouTube is killing with these commercials. Every time you respond to an interesting question, I get 2 5 to 10 second commercials. Oh, I'm sorry. That's awful. I really wish it would tell me when it was doing the commercials. Like, if it did the commercials relatively consistently for everybody, I would just pause. I can just be like, hey, I'm going to enjoy a beer. Let's do a blah, blah, blah. So importantly, you can go back and watch it, and it won't overwrite me with commercials when you rewatch it. Obviously, that's a terrible answer. I don't know why. I have some inklings as to why they do this, but I don't know why they put the commercials in such a way that makes me unable to schedule around it. Because if they communicated to me, which they could, I have a thing, they could just pop up and say, doing a commercial. And they do a thing where it kind of does, and then I ask people, I'm like, okay, it says we're doing a commercial now, and everyone's like, no, it's not. I'm like, what the? It's just frustrating. Anyway, I will do my best to pay attention to it and see if I can schedule around that. I'm just going to move this so I can see the commercial thing. And in fact, I'm going to see if I can trigger one and see what that does. Because I do have, okay, so we're going to play with this. I need you guys to work with me. I have two buttons. One says insert ad, which forces a commercial. So I can't add extra ads. But what I can do, in theory, is prompt an ad at an opportune moment. And then I have a delay ad. So if I'm going to say something really exciting, in theory, I can delay an ad if one is coming. So let's play with this, because I would like to fix this as best as possible. So right now, we're going to take a moment and click the button. Now remember, there is a non-determinate delay between when I say something and when you hear it. And it's really hard for me to know exactly how much that delay is, because it's different for every person. So I can't just be like, it's 5 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever. It is potentially a bit different. So I'm going to bring up a monitor and try to get a feel for what's going on as best as I can. So I'm just going to take a second to do this. Sorry for the kind of rambling on, and I didn't find that restaurant that I wanted to find yet. I will take a moment during the supposed commercial and see if I can track down the other steakhouse that I wanted to do. And if you are interested in steakhouses, which I kind of got the feeling that Steak Sauce is interested in, I am going to be sharing pictures of the new sign at the new steakhouse in Leon in just a little bit once we get this monitoring thing go and see if I can figure out the commercial situation. But we're going to give it a minute, right? Because I just wanted to. We're working on it. Renee says we fly from Detroit. I'm getting private messages from someone somewhere who is watching the show. Now let's see, you're talking about Expat owner. Oh! Someone on another channel, kind of like my channel, Nearshore Living. One of the guys from over there that I'm in their chat group, he just said, "Oh, now that I see your live is on, I just realized who you are, that you're that person with that channel," which is just funny. Steve, if you're watching, pop in and say hi, or you'd already have popped in, but say hi. Fly from Detroit. I don't know who flies from Detroit. You might be able to get Avianca though. That might work out for you. That might be good. Okay, so I'm getting a feeling for the delay now. Drones. I see drone shots on some Nicaragua YouTube channels, assuming that they have exceptions. They do not have exceptions. There is one or two government channels that do fly drones, so they may be government officials that are then just posting some stuff they have. There is zero exceptions. That is not at all a thing. And trust me, I have checked, I have talked to people, I have put in requests. It is not a thing. Obviously, the Office of the President is allowed to issue a drone exception. There is no process for it. The police are authorized to shoot down drones, period. They don't ask for permits and say, they would shoot it down and then go, we're not going to arrest you because you have a permit, but how are we supposed to know? We're supposed to shoot on site. So not that they shoot at drones very often. Very few cops have guns, but if they see them, they might throw rocks at them or confiscate it if it goes down in a field or whatever, right? Shooting it would be very difficult, even if you had a gun. Rob Stonator says some people smuggle in drones and use them illegally. Tons of people do. It's very hard to catch someone running drones in really rural areas. Nicaragua's super rural, so there's tons and tons of the country where, drones are out there operating, and there are government drones, like you see them at like parades or sporting events, places where the news crews are. So sometimes people are like, well, maybe it's supposed to be there, but I've been told, right, by a lot of people that they're just like, look, some channels are going to get away with it because they're nobody. You're the biggest channel in the country. There is no way that you can have drone footage on there. I borrowed drone footage from someone who's on this chat right now and immediately had so many people like, where did this come from? Where'd you get this? Right? Like, I cannot have a drone of my own. There's no way until someone gives me a permit. Unfortunately. So one of the possibilities that I'm thinking about is getting one and staging it in Costa Rica, finding a place to keep it in Costa Rica so that when I fly to South America that I can have one there. But I've got offices in South America, and so it would be handy to be able to fly one around Costa Rica all the time, but it would also be handy to just have one in Bolivia. So I don't know. We'll look into it. I really want to do a bit more time in Bolivia, but my wife can't go to Bolivia, which really sucks. At least we don't think she can. It's an altitude thing. She has very high sensitivity to altitude. We are planning on going back to Argentina because it's very low in the parts that we go to. We had such a good time. That was so great, and we've had such good responses about the Argentina footage that that's very encouraging to go back. Plus, my kids really want to go, so. Some opportunities for drones potentially. Apparently you can fly drones in Argentina, no problem. Filming on the street, however, not exactly the easiest thing in all cases. It's very strange, like coming from Nicaragua where you can't have drones at all, but you can film absolutely anywhere, anytime on the streets is so different to then be in Argentina and be like, oh yeah, you can take a drone anywhere. Okay, cool. Can I film this park? What? No. What? It's so, but they would have the same reaction here. What? I can film anywhere, but I can't put a drone up in the middle of a field? Nope, no volcano filming for you. Why? So everybody's just random, right? Renee says, thanks. I was hoping to bring some bins, like from Home Depot, and larger bags too, basically as much as I can on a flight. Yeah, I have no idea how that works. I helped people move to Africa one time, to the Congo, and they were able to take stuff like that, but it's like specialty flights where you're working out a weight with them. You want to talk to the airlines, especially in those cases. How is the Arlencillo Park in Leon? There used to be a lot of trees during my high school days at La Salle. Oh, so EG went to the high school of La Salle, or La Salle, as we call it here, which is kind of downtown, right in front of La Colonia. For those who know, we talk about the supermarket. It's in front of the supermarket that we all talk about. And then the university that the same educational institute owns is the one I was talking about. And then right across the street from that, kind of, is the park Arlencillo, which is, EG, it's kind of probably as it always has been. There's a lot of trees. It's a neat park. The zoo is super sad, unfortunately. There's a lot of there's like a really nice playground in there now, though. I filmed it 2 years ago, I want to say. It was before I lived by it. I used to live in La Barrio, and I used to walk to it and filmed it. That's why I know this area. It's pretty nice. It's a nice park. I wish the zoo got upgraded a lot. That would be nice. Vin says, you mentioned Cadiz. What a super fifth market. Cadiz is cool. It really is. Such a beautiful city. So interesting. Atlantic Spain. It just... I never have an urge to live in Cadiz, but it is a super fish market. It's such a city that I love to visit. I just love walking Cadiz at night. I don't know. Chris says, why no drones? No one really knows the reason, but there's... Nicaragua is a country. So if you spend time in Nicaragua, one of the things that hits you really quickly is that this is a country that recently became independent of its colonizers, like really recently. Everyone you talk to is someone who was involved in getting freedom for their country, right? And involved. It doesn't mean they were the ones fighting for it, but one of our best friends here, she remembers as a child having to hide in bunkers as the bombs fell on Matagalpa. Loads of people that we're friends with fought in one of the wars. And these are wars for independence, right? This is recent times. I remember as a child when Nicaragua was fighting for its independence. And first they fought to become independent, and then they fought for a long time to stay independent. And just like the U.S. would have been like in the period between 1776 and 1814, when the UK finally recognized that the U.S. was an independent country. And so from the American perspective, we often call it the Revolutionary War and then the War of 1812. But to the British, they call it the First American War of Independence and the Second American War of Independence. And to the British, they never recognized independence. They lost the first war, but they didn't recognize independence until the end of the second one. And for that entire time, the United States was constantly fighting for an identity, for its sovereignty, for its actual treatment as an independent country on the world stage. And of course, things moved slower back then. But during that period, if you lived in the United States, say in 1806, for example, you would have lived in a country that had been independent for many decades. You'd have like a tradition, you'd have like a bunch of stuff going on, and the country had been around for hundreds of years prior to that, but in a colonial way, and was building a new identity. Well, Nicaragua is a bit different than that, but more like it than you might think, in that it has a much longer colonial history, first under Spain. Then it had a little period of independence that was really rocky, with part of that time they were part of Mexico, part of that time they were part of Central America, but part of Guatemala, effectively. They got a couple decades of freedom, got conquered by the United States, really mistreated, then got several decades of freedom, and then got reconquered by the United States for 70 years. And then decades of war for independence, not months, not years, decades to maintain independence. And then now in this period after that, we're still in that fighting for recognition era. People from the United States still think Nicaragua is part of Africa. People think it's dangerous. People have no idea about it. You go to Argentina, no one is familiar with Nicaragua. They have no idea what things are like here. They only know it as a country throwing off its colonizers from the American perspective. And so when you're here, everything is framed by these are a peoples. This is a peoples that is actively attempting to keep from losing their sovereignty through erosion, through outright military action. It is an actual ongoing day-to-day action to maintain sovereignty. And as a casual observer of the region, it's like, how can that be? Well, when you're here and you actually look at the history and the timeline and realize that people who are more or less my age, right, were combatants in wars and remember fighting and desperately trying to maintain the integrity of the country, it's like, whoa, this is a very recent thing. This is when they celebrate freedom, they're celebrating a very prescient, very recent thing that people actually remember losing people in these battles and making decisions to fight in these battles actively. And so because of that, things like foreign governments will spy if they can is a real concern. It's not like paranoia. These are real things. You talk to expats, you get a large number, especially of young expats, people who are not here like buying houses, people who are here like with like on a project or something. You start talking to people and they'll be like, oh, no, we're here and we're supposed to. And they come up with something like really political and you're like, oh my gosh, you're actually paid to be here to do something like that? Like, that's real? It's crazy. And there's a lot less than there used to be. But that's an actual thing that you will encounter and experience. And so, yeah, if you were to make the laws today, like actually today, I think they would be like, oh, drones, that's probably fine. But at the time that they made the law, which is probably about 5 years ago, drones were new, and they're like, not everybody has them. We're not going to have them. And then they had really good reasons to be more cautious of them. And then in the time since, once you have a law like that, you need to have a moment that triggers hey, let's step back and evaluate this law and make a new decision about it. And if it's not a priority, who's going to make that decision to reverse a standing law? And so it's the same kind of thing that happened during COVID. At some point, Nicaragua was like, we don't really need everyone to be vaccinated to visit anymore. But it took a little while for everyone to get together and be like, okay, we actually need to repeal a rule to make this happen. We can't just like have a good feeling about it, right? It takes some action, and people are busy doing other things, building roads and whatever. And so in a small place, there isn't like a COVID decision department that runs off on their own, does an evaluation, goes, well, Costa Rica dropped their requirement, Guatemala dropped their requirement, let's just follow suit. That information was gathered, but it had to get to somewhere, and it had to wait for someone to get it as a priority to be like, oh, okay. It wasn't that Nicaragua was like all about vaccines prior to that point. They were just following everyone else's suit and they were the last one to implement the rule. And then when people got rid of it, they also followed in that. It's quite often, being such a small country, they will wait for things like that. They'll wait for indicators from the neighboring countries. Not always. Costa Rica did the opposite, where with their 180-day visa, Nicaragua had it in place for years, and then finally a few months ago, Costa Rica followed suit and did that. So it goes both ways. Sometimes someone is just like, I think this will be a good idea, let's do it, and people approve it. And sometimes people are just cautious, and then who wants to be the person that's like, I'm going to take a chance and let's change something that's working. But the drone thing is certainly something that I wish would change, and if I have any influence for the people who are watching this, yes, we would love to see drones allowed. I think it makes sense. It would make a big difference. And in everything else, right, you're allowed to have cameras and stuff just anywhere. It's just really specifically drones. However, it is worth noting that drones do pose a very specific risk when you have a very tiny country with a very, very, very large, rich neighboring antagonistic country. In that, and this is something that I've explained before, and I'm not saying anyone's evaluated this, but this is something to consider when you're talking about drones. If a country like the United States wants to mess with a country like Nicaragua, and they don't want to cause harm, they just want to be really annoying and disruptive, the United States can literally, I mean this, like this is absolutely doable, with a essentially non-line item, they can buy so many drones that they can cover the skies of Nicaragua and make it impossible to fly, make people be terrified everywhere. They could do a really significant action that doesn't cause any actual bodily harm, but is insanely disruptive to the country. And to the United States, to Nicaragua, it would be a devastating financial impact as the country grinds to a halt and has to deal with this. And to the United States, it would be such a tiny budgetary item that it would look like a practical joke. Like you could get away throwing a really large office party for about the same amount of money. So some of those things really throw people off when you're dealing with the size of U.S. budgets and the size of Nicaragua and its budgets and the proximity. There's just a bunch of weird things that happen that are kind of unique because nobody else, Cuba notwithstanding, stands up to the United States and doesn't put up with just what the U.S. says they want done in the region the way that Nicaragua does. And because of that, there's a lot of things that are just unique here, and they have to approach things very carefully because it's really easy to misstep and say, oh yeah, let's allow drones, and then suddenly not realize that easily 1 million drones come into the country, and the skies are now full, and there's enough to park one on the head of every single person, right? Luke says, let's all go to Corral Dorado. We already said that. A1 says, oh my gosh, let's get this. Scott, dang, oh yes. Joe and Clara was in Didiamba last week and fell in love with the town and weather. Have you been there? Of course I've been there. Didiamba is fantastic. I prefer Hinotepe, which is the one just to the east of it, but they're both really nice. And then Dolores, the one I was talking about with the steakhouse, is the little tiny town that connects Didiamba and Hinotepe. Fantastic little town. Yeah, I love it. That is, so I actually have the email for at elguaguense.com, and Didiamba is the home of El Guaguense. So I'm pretty connected to Didiamba in a lot of ways. Dale says, steakhouses always have sides that are vegetarian. I can fill up on mashed potatoes and mac and cheese, etc. I wish some of them had mac and cheese. That would be really nice. That is hard to find. They often do have good sides, but very rarely mac and cheese here. That would be pretty nice. Okay, I am continuing to look for this restaurant. I am now, at this point, going to monitor where I am. I'm going to wave my hand. This is my signal that I've reached this point. I just noticed the Didiamba is the way that Google does the thing. So that's... I'm feeling like it's about a 20-second delay. So I'm going to... Okay, this monitor just did the wave. That one did not. And I'm going to go ahead. We're going to do an intentional Add insert in 3, 2, 1, now. And if anyone still has me on their video, let me know what's going on with the ad situation compared to when I said now. So it said that it inserted, and I'm just going to wait several seconds, and I'm going to kind of talk while I look for this restaurant that I want to find. Let me know what's happening on your end. How am I struggling so much to find this restaurant? It was so obvious when we were there. Well, that's definitely not it. It's not that. And it had a really nice bar. This place had better still be there, or I will be very sad. Tell me when you guys are back. Do. The time delays and the weird times that they're tough to deal with. All right, Luke says, El Asadero in Esteli has great steak cooked on grills on the porch that are the front of classic cars. Okay, I got to check that out. I've not been to that place. Oh, no. Everything moved. Okay. Are you guys back? I'm assuming you guys are back. I hope you guys are back. I forgot to actually watch the commercials. Oh, no, the commercial's still on. Commercial is still on. And you can skip it, so you might be back. There. Okay, we are back on my screen. We should be good. Did we, if this is where I started, did we miss anything? I think I had plenty of buffer there. But that was an interesting test, and I managed to see it. I still haven't found that restaurant. This is driving me absolutely crazy that I don't know where it is. It should be really visible from the sky. I thought, is this possibly it? No, that's Solo Mio. They moved, though. Solo Mio used to be somewhere else. But they're a good place. I have great pictures of this place. Why? I don't know. I'm going crazy. Oh, wait. Could that be it? No. I'm seriously distracted because I can't find this place. Oh, that looks like it. I think I found it. No. Oh, that's... I'm sorry. I will do my best to track it down in the future. Okay. Coco Kalala in Leon is great vegan restaurant plus a few rooms to rent and pool. Yeah, Coco Kalala is really good. I like that place. Luke, no. James says, do you have a Timex computer in your collection? I do not have a Timex. I have a Trash 80 pocket computer. I have several Commodores, a couple of original. I have 3 original Macs, an original Apple II, C, not the E. I like the C. I have a personal connection to that. I don't have a ton. I've kept the collection relatively small. The TI 99 is one that I wish I had, and I wish I had an Atari ST. I also kind of want an Atari 400 just because I always wanted one when I was little and never had it. But a lot of that stuff I've moved on from. I'm okay. But the Commodores, I gotta have those. There's a couple of those early computers, and that one Apple, I'm never getting rid of that. The quick story. So I grew up, really into computers. That became my career. Like I've always been very, very into the whole like programming and IT. Like it's always been my thing. And I, when I was little, my mom managed to win a computer on a grocery store contest to get an Apple II C. which was the small, nicer keyboard, like the one you'd actually want in your home. The 2E was just ugly, but the 2C was really cute, and it was basically 2E in a much nicer form factor with nicer colors and stuff. And I was super excited because I'd grown up during the Apple era. There'd always been Apples. It was the original thing. And I'd never had one. I was really excited. Now, just before this time, we had gotten a Commodore Amiga 1000 at home, which is a vastly better computer. So I had a better computer, but I wanted to do everything with computers, every type of computer. I had used original PCs. I had used the original Mac. This was after the Mac was already out. This Apple was already long in the tooth when they were giving it away. But I was super excited. But she ended up giving it to my school instead because my school didn't have a computer. They also didn't have anyone who knew how to use a computer. So it ended up just languishing at the school. And they never really used it. They had some classes where they taught nothing. The teachers didn't know how to use it. The principal who taught the class was so beyond clueless. So they put this computer into a classroom, and every so often people would go play video games on it. But it was literally used as a video game computer. I didn't want it for video games. I wanted it for programming and for like learning about computers. I would probably have played video games on it, but that's not what I did most of the time with computers. I did play video games as a kid, but I programmed and did non-video game stuff more than I did video game stuff. I really loved computers. That's weird, right? Not many kids were like that, but I really was. So this really hurt for me. I was like, this was something that was in our hands, and then it went to the school, and the school didn't appreciate it. And they honestly hated computers, and they hated the concept of computing and modernity and technology and science and math. All these things are things that they actively hated. And so this computer was kind of loathed by the school, but they did keep it because it was a gift, and we did get to play video games on it. So I used to go play Spy Hunter on it. But it was 100% wasted. So I was always sad about it. And then that school got shut down sometime after I had graduated. But I didn't graduate from that school. But it got shut down. And then the old janitor from the school knew my parents and knew me. And sometime many years later, so I was in my mid to late 20s. So we had won it, I think, when I was 12, maybe 13. But couldn't be after 13. I really think I was probably 11 or 12. And so somewhere around 25, 26, this janitor was like, hey, I was helping clean out the old school building, and they gave me this, and I kept it for a few years. And, this thing's junk. I've got this old Apple II C, and offered to my dad, and I was like, I know your son likes computers, maybe he would like this. And so it was given to me, and it wasn't until after it was given to me that we realized it was the computer that my mother won. Although no one knew, right? The school didn't keep track of that. The janitor certainly didn't know that. My dad, I don't think, remembered that. Did not make the connection, I'm sure, at least. Like, there was a lot of and this was, more than double my lifetime later. If we won it when I was even 12 and I got it at like 26, that's a long part of your life, especially the life that you remember, to have passed since it happened. And of course, it was old when they got it. So it wasn't like this hot new thing that aged out. It was already old. So this thing's been sitting in boxes for, at that point, easily 15 years. Well, probably not 15, no, easily 10 years. 10 years of sitting in a box and having been essentially useless since the day it came out of the box. But it was a cool story. So I keep that one because my mother has been gone now for a very long time. I think, actually, now that I think back on it, I'm pretty sure it was returned to me after my mother had passed away. Is that possible? Yep, that may be possible, which would have made me 27. I think it was right after she passed that it ended up coming back to me. And so it's like this kind of nostalgic thing that this computer that I did use, probably more than anyone else, at the school ended up back in my hands. And it's one of the things that I keep now. Beer says good night. Have a good night, Beer. Tim says, Renee, I just flew on United and the third checked bag was $200. Dale says, I saw Viaja con Velkis use a drone on their channel several times, including opening day of Leon Baseball Stadium. Yeah, it's a problem that some of these channels get away with this stuff. Like, for those of us who are blocked from it, it's really frustrating. Or Belkis, I don't know how they pronounce their name. Did you see how big Hurricane Milton hit Florida, especially in Tampa? Yeah, we saw some of that. Hey, Edwin, how's it going? That was a pretty big hurricane, but it could have been a lot worse. We've paid up to $280 from Dallas. I assume that is on luggage. Luke says, I'm 40 miles south of Siesta Key, where the center hit. A large tornado by Florida standards passed the house by 3 miles. Very humbling storm. Luke says, nope, no ad. Oh, no ad for Luke. Interesting. Dale says, not here. KL7RRC got one. Alex says no ads on premium, maybe. Premium should not get one. EG says no ads. Tim says no ad, but I pay for premium. I'm surprised by how many people pay for premium. Like, if it's the main thing you use, makes sense. Just never thought so many people would do it. Luke says no ad on basic. Dale says this isn't a premium account. No ads here. No ad all this time. EG says I use a browser that blocks ads. That might be it. Dale says probably inserts an ad in the playback version. It might, Dale, but no, I don't think so, Dale. I mean, you're right. It probably does insert one, and we can go back and look and see if one pops up when I say it, because I can control when they are later. I can't control how many there are, but I can go and move where they are. So that it's like not in the middle of a sentence or not in the middle of a topic. There's a little bit things that you can do. But it should be doing it now too. And it did on mine. When I was watching, it did show the ad. Chris says, in your opinion, what could Nicaragua do to help get more tourism? Well, allow drones for one thing would probably help. So, for Nicaragua, one of the things you have to first kind of look at is, do they want more tourism? And I think the answer is yes, but how much are they willing to do? They got burned by pushing for tourism before, and people here are very aware of Costa Rica's problems and are very wary of more tourism. That doesn't mean they shouldn't have more tourism, and I did some videos where I break down the economics of this, but I think that the desire for tourism is like, we'd like to keep growing it a little by little, but to keep it relatively small. So, getting the word out, there's very little advertising. So just letting people know to look at Nicaragua is a big thing. Hey, did you know this is on the same continent as you? What? It's not in Africa? That's crazy. Who knew we could go there? But they fight against so much misinformation that you spend a lot of money telling people about it, and people are like, I'm not going there, it's dangerous. Well, no, it's safer than where you're coming from. I don't care, it's dangerous. Okay, why do you think it's dangerous? They speak Spanish, right? Like, that's what we're up against. So there's a lot of getting the word out doesn't help very much. Really big deals, lack of really good affordable flights, big deal. The litter problem, very off-putting. Street dogs, that's a problem, right? Little things like that, I think, are things that could be slowly tackled at a national level and make a really big difference. You go to Argentina and you're like, wow, there's so much less litter and all the dogs are on leashes. Wow, I really like this. These are some really nice things you notice really quickly, and that encourages tourism a lot. But beyond those things, beyond crazy things like running big international ad campaigns, beyond doing things like building huge amusement parks like, Central America's Disney World and having people come for those reasons. Obviously, it wouldn't be Disney World, you know what I mean? Like a Xel-Há type thing from Mexico. Those kinds of things could bring in a lot of tourism, but not necessarily good tourism. Probably good tourism, but not necessarily. But cleaning up litter, getting dogs off the street, getting good flights to come in. And it could be that the country sponsors good flights or creates their own airlines, right? Sometimes that's where a gap is. Some things like that I think would really, really help. But in general, right, Nicaragua is so cheap and safe and inviting and easy for tourism that short of just not having things that people want, the challenge is people actively not wanting to support the country being the biggest problem. And that's not something that Nicaragua is going to heavily influence some way. That is just a reality that they have to live with. And so I don't know what thing is going to make a big difference beyond someone investing $100 million into building something that people really want to come see, and then it gets on the radar for that reason. But they've done that in Guatemala, and honestly, no Americans flying to Guatemala to go to their cool parks, even though they have them, because the U.S. has already such amazingly cool parks. So it's, but Nicaragua's not a tourism country, so it's okay. Like, it's not I don't think it's a big thing. Luke says, I wish I still had my ColecoVision Atom standalone, not the plug-in. Oh, you had the standalone. Wow. I still have my working original ColecoVision, but not the Atom extension. James says, didn't get commercial. When get commercials, the feed restarts a few seconds before break. Oh, wow. A lot of people report that they just miss things. Weird. Chris says, didn't get a commercial yet. Luke says, coding in BASIC, line 10 print, line 20 go to 10. That was my childhood. Although, because I was on the Commodore Amiga, I was actually past the era of needing to do that. I didn't have to do that except for when fooling around on old computers like the Apple II, or I ended up teaching Fortran 79 at university quite extensively, and you had to do it for that. So I knew how to do it, but I knew how to do it as an archaic thing, even when I was I guess when I learned when I was in 1984-ish, somewhere between 83 and 85 is when I did most of my basic learning, not pun intended, but it works out, about programming. And so I knew about doing line numbers. But by the time I did like serious programming in 1987 to 1989 on the Commodore Amiga, we were way past that point. You didn't have line numbers anymore. You had functions. James says, first one I had was a TI-99 4A with expansion. Was a big in the beginning. They donated shitload to universities engineering. Oh, Hewlett-Packard was big in the beginning. They donated a lot. Alex says, youngest here, 286 DX2 with the turbo button pressed in. That was a very late computer for my standards. Brent says, hello, and yes on the ads. Typical right when you don't want them. I tried. Janet says, back again. Gooch Gooch says, the one thing negatively affecting tourism is Canadians. Dum, dum, dum. Alex says, are we planting maple syrup trees? That'd be nice, but maple trees won't grow here. I wish we had maple syrup here. Oh, that would make everything complete. Rob Snyder says, the dinosaur park in Ninderee is really cool, but I haven't seen anyone else hardly cover it other than my channel. It's true. Me and Bill. Bill has gone out and walked through it, but that's about it. Like, it's so cool. Why are people not going out there? But it's Ninderee. You know what no one else has showed? The Pirate restaurant across the street from it. But I didn't eat there. I've heard the prices are bad and the theming's bad. But the sign looks really promising. The Canadians are eating the chickens, eating the porks of the people who live there. Boy, Gooch Gooch, what I've heard is they're eating the cats. It's all these immigrants eating the cats. That's what I've heard. Brent says, hopefully everybody got the joke. Brent says, hey, do you find it necessary to reserve hotels for the night near the airport, just in case I fly in and want to chill before heading to Leon? Maybe most people just get in a shuttle and go same day. I use that hotel. I do both. I've never needed to reserve at the hotel. That's the Best Western Mercedes. But it's really big. It can take a lot of people. So I've never been there when it was even half full. But if you're there at like a holiday or something, it could get really busy. People like that hotel. It's a good deal. I mean, what's the worst case scenario? If it's just you're a little bit flexible. You can go into Managua a little bit. Like, it's not the end of the world to get a taxi or something. And obviously, you guys can reach out to me and be like, hey, where do I go? But it would be rare for Managua to like sell out. So if you have a family, you've got like a lot going on, I would want to have a hotel reserved, just because when you have family, you just don't want things to go wrong. But if you are on your own and a little bit flexible, like I would probably never reserve there, because I always know I know how to use InDriver. I'm comfortable getting in a taxi. No one's going to mug me. I might get a bad deal, but I'm not going to get like something dangerous. I know where to go in the city. I have places that I stay at. I know my way around. Like, I wouldn't be worried at all. But if I had a family and it was my first time, or I wasn't really comfortable with everything in Managua, I might want to have the reservation just to be completely comfortable. A lot of people do get in the shuttles and go immediately because you're going to lose time, and like Granada's under an hour away. Leon's about 2 hours away. I've actually done all the way to here, the far side of Leon, in 75 minutes in the middle of the night. Don't tell anybody. So like you're not talking immense distances. So a lot of people do just have a shuttle waiting for them and go and try to save their time. Edwin says, tonight Nicaraguans will play at the National Football Stadium against Jamaica. That's awesome, by CONCACAF Nations League. Very cool. Janet says, I got the joke, but I'm worried about letting people adopt any of mine. Well, Janet, you only have to worry about the immigrants. So just, if they have a Canadian or American accent, be a little bit wary. Otherwise, you're okay. Robsonator says, I'm Canadian, but also Dutch. I'm American, but also Dutch. Apparently, us Dutchmen eat horse, so maybe we'll be eating the horses too. Great. Gooch Gooch says, is anyone going to see the big Juan Caldera boxing match? I am quite disappointed that I had to go to Canada and won't be back till the 20th. I'm just not a boxing guy. Sometimes I watch him when... Cool Carmod says, there's a song, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. I've seen the song. Yep, it's very funny. Bring the Stroopwafels. I do love Stroopwafels. Oh, Luke said that to Robsonator, bring the Stroopwafels. Rob says, hell yeah. Jamaica, Edwin says, Jamaica has 2 players playing in English Premier League. Mikhail Antonio from West Ham and Ethan Pinnock from Brentford. Janet says, Jerry's mother-in-law adopted our mother from the streets for our finca. I'm pretty sure she'll be okay. Oh, that's sweet that Jerry's mother-in-law was able to take her. I wish we were able to take some of the cats, but it's all we can do to take care of the ones we have, and all the ones that we semi have adopted and have to take care of, mostly dogs. The little dog Leica was here today, and she had to go see Dr. Jorge because she had a abscess, but she ended up being okay, thankfully. I'm doing a search for this steakhouse that I haven't found yet because it's driving me crazy. Sorry, I'm obsessed with this. I want to know where this place is because how the heck do I not know where it is? The only thing I can imagine is that it's been bought, sold, and not the same place anymore. Is there someone on the channel that's in Didiamba or Hinotepe and can tell me what's going on? Yeah, she's a mouser, Janet says. I know, I need a mouser. I'm really worried that this restaurant that I really was impressed by has gone out of business. If you went to Expo 1976 in Montreal, if you went to Expo 1976 in Montreal and ordered a hamburger, it was horse meat. Are you serious? This is why I don't go to Canada. It's just what they're afraid of. This is why Americans are afraid. I grew up on a horse farm. It is not okay to eat the horses. So I know this restaurant that I'm looking for was on the Carretera Panamericana in between Didiamba and Hinotepe. It has a hotel attached to it. But you may not notice it. It has a whiskey tasting room. It was super modern and really nice, and I can't imagine where it would go. What is La Jungla? Is that like a cool place? Hinotepe has so many neat restaurants, but I'm going to be very sad if we discovered a truly epic one and it's just gone. And you had to... But it was weird. You had to like pull in and ask to be able to see the place. But I know I found it on Google Maps in the past. And could it be where Antiguo Restaurante La Plancha Hinotepe is? But I don't think so. That doesn't seem quite right. because there's no hotel behind that. I really thought it was actually in Dolores. How's my foot? Do you know what I did to mess it up? I have no idea what I did to mess it up. It was fine. I stepped outside onto the moss, went to film an episode. This is like 2-3 weeks ago. And it felt like something bit me, but there was nothing there. And it just, that was it. It just hurt. I have no idea. It was weird. And then I went to the beach and got like sand in my sandal. So I have a couple different things that kind of happened, but none of them explained why my tendons hurt. In Quebec, they have a horse processing plant. Luke says if you ordered a McDonald's hamburger in the 80s, the burger was Nicaraguan and Argentinian. Are you just saying that the meat came from Nicaragua and Argentina? That's pretty cool. Robsonator hoping to get a small hobby farm in Nicaragua with some livestock just so our corgis can live their dreams of being herding dogs. You could have a corgi farm and just have them herd other corgis. They could take turns corgi herding each other. Alex says smaller version of a moose burger. Not the same. Moose are mean. You're allowed to eat them because they're mean. I don't. I'm vegetarian. Cool car mods. Nomad people eat the animals used to travel around with. Very common. Are you saying Canadians are migrants? Other things that Americans fear migrants. Brent, how's your... Oh, that's where you asked about my foot. Don Timoteo's here. Are you talking about Mi Boio? That doesn't sound familiar. I don't think so. James says Burger King is Brazil beef. I'm pretty sure Burger King here is Nicaraguan beef. I think it says that. Not sure. Gooch horse meat is pretty much like moose meat in my opinion. I've had both. Luke, age-related injuries in your sleep. That's possible. I very carefully sleep with my foot off the bed. So it's really hard for me to injure my foot when I sleep because I specifically keep it dangling. Because everything bothers my foot when I sleep. So I find that it just is best to do that. Oh, it's nice to know that McDonald's was working with Samosa. There you go. The things you find out. There is a place in Dolores called Mega Fiestas. Now, okay, why don't we take a road trip there, everybody? Mega Fiestas. That sounds like a place to go. All right. I really think looking at an aerial shot of the place that Solomio bought the restaurant I'm talking about. I got to find a photo that I have of the place, but now it's called Mia Mezcal Solomio. Solomio is a restaurant from the town, but it's not its location previously. And but the outside pictures don't look like the same building to me, but Solomio definitely didn't have this place previously in this location, and I don't know. And when you go through, the photos are from the other Solomio, so they're not right at all. I don't know. I'm bummed. Super bummed. Don't know what it could be. But will there be a China buffet in the China malls? There is not. There is free Coca-Cola, though. Can you live on street food mainly there? Can me, as a vegetarian? No. Can normal people? Normal people actually live on street food. That's super common. The students who do like the student housing where they have no kitchens, traditionally they live off of street food. That is a quite common scenario for students who are trying to do that. Just because street food can be so cheap. Now you gotta be careful because the street food is often greasy. It can be, just a lot of fried things. You can go to the asado places. You can get street tacos, but it's not necessarily the healthiest food in a lot of cases. There is a lot of street corn. That's a real thing. Street potatoes. That's a real thing. But it'll be heavy. It'll be calorie-rich meats. Luke, they would have to go to USA or Canada to learn how to make Chinese food. Yeah, Chinese food in Nicaragua is actual Chinese food in most cases. Not. So I want to point out, for those who are looking at the map, desperately trying to find the restaurant that I'm talking about, if you look in downtown Diriamba, there's a thing called the Monumento Gueguense Diriamba. And since I have gueguense.com, technically that's a monument to me. I just wanted to point that out. That is my monument. Dale says, was that restaurant called La Vida Bella? No, I don't think so. I have no memory of its name, but it feels like... No. Wait, La Vida Bella is in Matagalpa. Oh, La Vida e Bella is the Italian restaurant that I like in Matagalpa. Is that the one you're asking about? I do like that restaurant. It's really cute. But we're talking about one in Dolores. And there's just nothing on the map. I think it's gone. Tusk, I'm depending on you to find out for me. I wish we had street views of things. That would solve so many things. If I drag the little guy in front of this, does it work? What happens? He goes, no. He won't get on the street. I'm just going to have to drive through and see what's going on. I don't know what else to do. Okay, so I promised you guys some pictures. Let me see what I can do. I don't have my picture management stuff up. I will fix that. Boy, we got a good number of people hanging on tonight. This is awesome. We're over 211 views at the moment. And I'm enjoying my Tonya Ultra. Let's go to the media manager, see what we can do. Media manager. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, there's that. Go. And it must be this. Perfect. 8, 7, and 5. So speaking of steakhouses, I don't know how well this will look on the screen, but we're going to switch over. Everybody ready? We're not in an ad, are we? All right. New sign out in Las Bonitas for the steakhouse. Dale says, it was scrolling through the pics of the Mia Mezcal Solomia and saw an old pic that said La Bella Vida. It could be. It does not sound familiar. And I couldn't find a picture in there that looked like that. I think Solomia has something that they call La Bella Vida, and it was a sign of their other location, which I think they still have. So this sign, I've been so fighting to have a sign out there like this. This has taken a year. But there is finally a sign, a real sign, at Desperados, and it went up during the day. So this is first thing this morning as they were putting it out. Look how far out it, like every sign that has been out there forever has been impossible to see, poorly lit, unreadable, just a complete mess. And now at night, this thing is pretty bright. You're going to see this coming down the street. So you will now be able to find the most important steakhouse in Western Nicaragua. We have been told by multiple people that this may be the best steak in Nicaragua. I find that hard to believe, but it's a pretty darn good steak and one of the competing steakhouses. So, no, Dale, they did not have a kind of living wall. That's the old Solomia location pictures being transposed into that other spot. The place I'm thinking of is like a super modern place that would look like, it would not look out of place in the United States, kind of like in Texas. It was all tile. It had a big, beautiful stone and tile whiskey tasting room. The best bathrooms I've ever experienced in Nicaragua. Somewhere I've got photos of it. I will dig them out, and you guys will be like, oh. And it was empty the last time I went there. It was just the four of us. It was two people from the channel and La Marcelita and I went there, and me went there, and that was it. So I'll have to track that down. Any news on the bus terminal in Leon? I have not gone to look at it yet. I need to walk over there. Anyone you know use the new hospital? I actually don't know anyone using the new hospital. We all use Amoxa, so just nobody goes there. American Chinese in Toronto has changed to China Chinese food. I like American chow mein and now have to ask for it. Well, that's interesting. Not surprising, but it's interesting. Dale says, did they have... Oh, no, we already did that. Brent says, Scott Moore just posted a video of a pulperia inside the house of a neighbor in Shayla. Interestingly, to me anyway, they had Kellogg's cornflakes. Are they available near you? I don't normally buy regular cornflakes. We definitely have cornflakes, and they're called conflets, which is super confusing. I don't know if they're actually Kellogg's because I don't look for that, but I think they are. They're tasteless, but it's an addiction from my childhood. It's not that they're tasteless. The problem is that they turn into mush when you put milk on them. Dale says, gotcha. Brent says that sign will also serve as a street light. Yes, it will, which is desperately needed in that area. So it'll be really nice. Now, the Jake's on the Beach is already lit up pretty well, but it's a spot where the business across the street from it was the biggest thing in Las Piñatas 6 years ago, and it went out of business, and it's now in dispute, so it is just nothing. Upside, if you want to park at Desperados, go past that super bright sign and take an immediate left. There's an overgrown driveway on the left immediately. Like, just go left and immediately look for a driveway. It is the parking lot of the largest hotel and restaurant complex in Las Piñatas that's been abandoned for years. So it's a really nice, perfect concrete parking area that nobody owns. There's literally nobody to complain about you parking there, but it's also nobody's. So like, we can't officially go use it, but we also, like, we kept asking people, we're like, so let's just get this straight. There's no possibility of something bad happening here. First of all, you're just parking a car. Like, this is Nicaragua. I've never seen someone get a car towed ever. Like, parking tickets, that's not a thing. So like, first of all, you'd be lucky if someone would ever say something to you. But also, who could say something to you? And the absolute worst case scenario, someone's like, hey, don't park here. But who would say that? They don't have anybody. Like, the place has been abandoned for forever. So like, I think there's a parking lot that everyone can use. And it's perfect. And it's one building away. Like, it's so close that if you're having a loud conversation at your car, you can easily hear them inside the restaurant at Desperados. So it's like, it doesn't get much better than this, but it's not really Desperados parking lot. So if anyone needs to park, I recommend the Cocteles Dos parking lot. Yeah, I have been so adamant that there needs to be massive signs and lights, because everybody is like, where is this place? And is it a restaurant? So a number of things are happening. New tables, I don't know when this is going to happen, but new tables are being put out by the road, because the restaurant's all the way on the beach, right? It's waterfront dining. And the roadside is like this long entrance, and you look in and you're like looking past a hotel to the restaurant on the end, and the restaurant's big, it's 2 stories, but unless it's packed, you don't know what's going on, and there's all these buildings or things in front of it, so like, you really struggle to see the restaurant from the road. You're actually looking through the bar area straight onto the water. So it's like, it kind of could be a house in the area, the way that it is in the area. And it's all tree lined and stuff, so it looks nice, but it doesn't necessarily look like a restaurant, and it hasn't been a restaurant for a long time, so it doesn't have like all these, it must be a restaurant accoutrements going on. So having a sign that is insanely obvious has been so important, like the most important thing, and it took a year. There is, like, if you walk in, there's a big painting that says Desperados, but you have to look in and look at it and go, that's a current painting, it must be this. And there's no light on that. You can see it, but it's not. Brent says, the mushiness is the appeal. Any brand or lack of brand cornflakes will work. Oh, you can definitely get cornflakes here. Yeah, no problem. So we're going to put some tables by the road so that you can walk in and be like, oh, this is totally a restaurant with menus right here. I'm hoping to get menus mounted outside so people can actually look at the menu, because it's a unique menu. It's not a Nicaraguan. I mean, it's food Nicaraguans eat, but it's not Nicaraguan food. It's not like that's what the Simple is on the beach. Really high quality Nicaraguan food. But this is a steak and draft house, literally to compete with La Hacienda in Huigalpa, and Black Bison in Managua, like those kinds of places, and Nando's in Chinandega. Like, those are the like famous super high end. There's another one that's a higher end steakhouse in Managua, and I just can't think of their name, but they're very well known. I will have the name of the one in Chinandega in just a second. I'm I'm so bad with the map of Chinandega because I always drive it and don't look at what it looks like from like a satellite. So when you're looking from a satellite, you're like, what are these things? What am I looking at? Donde Nando Grill. That's the famous Chinandega. So going, TJ is here. Hey, TJ, how's it going? TJ, we had a question for you. Someone asked, are the prices at PriceSmart for Kirkland goods, not for general stuff, for Kirkland products, how close are they to the Costco prices in the U.S.? Because I haven't shopped at a Costco in long enough, I can't compare. But yeah, so the signage and everything at Desperados it's going to be a game changer when it reopens in a week or two. Because this is the super slow season, so they're doing roofing stuff and changing a bunch of things. Long-term plans, fingers crossed. I've gotten it approved to put in an air-conditioned, a very small air-conditioned private dining room, which is unheard of on the beach. We did discover one at Twins recently, which is really cool. Here in Sutiava, of all places, that the air-conditioned restaurant. Is that really the right statement? Barbaro has air conditioning, but it's basically never available. And El Convento definitely has air conditioning for sure. I bet La Esquina does, but I'm not 100% sure. But for most restaurants in the city, it's basically unheard of. That Twins in Sutiava off the square is air conditioned is just like higher here. Yeah, but how much higher, TJ? I'm sure it's somewhat higher, but is it like noticeably higher? Just a little bit higher? Like the mayonnaise. What's the... I hope not finding a Nicaraguan version from U.S. Karens. So a lot of work is going into making the restaurant identifiable. That's the big thing. People who get steaks there are like, this is insane how good this is. Like it's really, really awesome. But getting people to go in, because it's a pricey thing and you're on like, it has to be a destination, right? It's a steakhouse on the beach. It is as far as I know, it is the premier steakhouse on the Nicaraguan coast outside of the enclaves. Like I totally understand that like Rancho Santana has some insane stuff. But of the beach communities that you can just drive into, I don't think there's a competitor. There definitely traditionally is not a competitor in San Juan del Sur. There isn't in any of the beaches that I know of, and there's no one with a draft house like that on any of the beaches, probably including Rancho Santana. So it's a lot of... Oh, yeah, Janet, that's what I was thinking. I knew there was something. Gecko's just added a giant air-conditioned room. That's the new thing, is that air conditioning is starting to go in places. Oh, Janet, Summer. Summer has a giant air conditioner. Like the whole place is air conditioned. I think they have a few tables that you can go to outside, but it's an air conditioned place. Luke says, so you need a carnivore crawl of viewers. I'm in. I mean, that'd be a really interesting thing to do. Like track down a kind of accepted list of the top, I don't know, 6 steakhouses in the country and hit, Boaco, Huigalpa, Matagalpa. No, it's probably Esteli. Someone mentioned Esteli has a really good one. Managua, Leon, Chinandega, and almost certainly Hinotepe could be really interesting. Jan says by like the not air-conditioned parts. Gecko's gets a little bit warm sometimes. Brent says, by the way, thank you for cranking out a crazy amount of content this week. Quality and quantity both. You're welcome. That's what happens when I can't walk. And I had a lot of things to answer. I felt like I needed to just respond to things the last couple days. I don't know. Okay, I skipped. Kim is here. Hey, Kim. Any good cafes in Managua? Yeah, honestly, Managua's got quite a few good cafes. Let's talk about cafes. I'm a cafe guy. For sure, love my cafes. And Managua is probably the number 3 town for cafes. Now, it's biggest, so it's going to be good. But number 1 town, far and away, blows everyone else completely out of the water, is Matagalpa. So if you're going for cafes, go to Matagalpa. Number 2, probably, but very few, is going to be Hinotepe, because it's Hinotepe. They're always the best, right? Cafe Alicia, if you're in Spain, Alicia, if you're in Alicia, if you're in Nicaragua, Alicia, if you're in the United States, and Alicia, if you're in Spain, is one of the best, if not the best, cafe in the country. Absolutely so good. Huge menu, amazing, air-conditioned, right across diagonally the street from my favorite Asian restaurant in the country. I stop there whenever I'm coming through. It's just, the coffee is so good, the desserts are so good, the actual cafe atmosphere is so good. The restaurant across the street is one of my favorites anywhere. It's a win-win-win-win-win. But apparently the other place I like there is gone. So some places to check out in Managua. I really like limoncello. I can grab, so that's at Central America. See how fast I can just zoom in on Central America by eyeballing it. That's Once, so I think that might be Central America. Is that possible? No. Off by one. There we go. There is the parking lot. Yep, found it that fast. All right, hold on. So this is limoncello. This is one of those, like, yeah, Don says, finding a good cup of coffee in Nicaragua is a challenge. We have amazing cups of coffee, but they're really hidden. That's a spot we could improve. That would help with tourism if we just had better cafes. Okay, so this cafe I love. Now, I wouldn't go to it first, right? This is one of those, like, first you need to get to know Managua and then be frustrated with Managua and be like, why is Managua so weird and like this? And then you find a place like Limoncello and you go, this is why I love Managua, right? Because, like, suddenly you're in a really fancy Louisiana backwoods coffee shop. What did I just describe that correctly? Yeah, that's what I mean to describe. Backwoods, Louisiana, fancy coffee shop right off of one of the main rotundas in Managua. What? For real. Okay, one that I have not visited personally. I've stood in front of it and looked in. It looks amazing, but I've not gotten to go there. See if I can track it down. It is directly in front of the Hyatt. Okay, there's the Hyatt. There's the bridge. There it is. Okay, so this one looks truly fantastic. And of course, there's going to be tons of great coffee shops that I don't know, right? Like, I'm not saying that there isn't. I only get so much time to explore the amazing coffee shops of Managua, and of course, there's some like chain ones. Like, there's like Casa del Cafe and Cafe Los Flores, and there's a number of those kind of things that are quite good. Cafe Del Finca is around, like, but they're a little bit more chainy. They have a little bit more just recurring things. Oh, that's where that restaurant is. You know, it's been some time since I've been to certain places, and sometimes I only go by taxi, and then there's times you're like looking at a map and realize, oh, now I know where this thing is that I've never been to or I've never driven to, so I didn't know the road. Let me track down. Okay, so there should be a coffee shop right. There it is. Told this one was good. It looks like a really nice spot. Cafe du Monde-esque. I'm not. What is... Oh. No. So Cafe du Monde is very urban. This is more like little village. Like, you're in trees. Like, it kind of feels like there's a bayou behind you. Like, that's kind of. My friend's grandmother makes the best coffee I've had in Nicaragua. She roasted herself over the fire. Oh, that's pretty cool. Let's see. Who else do I really like for cafes? The Barrio Cafe is pretty good, but I wouldn't go there like because it's a cafe. I would go there because other reasons, and then good cafe when you're there. Molino is really good at Santa Fe. Anyone else have some like really good Managua cafe ideas? That's like four that I really like that are not chains. I mean, Molino has 2 locations, but or maybe 3, but those have stood out. Cafes in Managua. I will visit all of these places. They look great. Good. Visit those. And then there's lots of others. Like, obviously there's places cafes all over the place, but these have been really good for me. The Enfe Cafe. Okay, that sounds cool. Coffee time mix, Buenas Vibras. I've never been to most of these or know anything about them. They list a cafe at Zacate Limon. That place is amazing, but I don't think of them as a cafe. Like that's a restaurant. But they're really good, so I mean that they probably have good coffee too. The Barrio Cafe definitely has good coffee. I'm just looking through the list to see if there's any that I know and just didn't think of. But certainly for coffee, Matagalpa is the place with coffee culture. It's a very different thing from a coffee perspective. Edwin says there's a non-alcoholic version of Ron Pope by Dos Pinos. Oh, I know. I have a drink then every Christmas and New Year's. Last year was not an exception. I love the Ron Pope from Dos Pinos. It is really good. However, it is not nearly as good as the heavy rummed Ron Pope from the lady who just sells it off of a table outside of the Mercado Americas or whatever it is. That the homemade loaded with rum one just has something special to it. How much of a draw is the climate in Hinotepe when considering places to live? I would say a reasonable amount. The Facebook ads for the Cafe Alicia always have pics of amazing looking food. Oh yeah, food is great there. Coffee is so good. Get the bonbon. Oh my gosh, you'll be unable to eat the rest of the day from a coffee this big. They somehow put more sugar into that cup than you could have sugar in that cup. Oh, Kim says been to Scandinavo was great as well, especially the bread. Yeah, I don't think of Scandinavo as a coffee shop. They were in my head when I was thinking about it. They're a sandwich shop, but I definitely go there. It's one of our favorites. Really, really good place. But I mean, I definitely get cappuccinos there all the time. It's very good. Everything's good at Scandinavo. Although the location's a little bit awkward. And parking. There's always a chain. What's with the chains? Across the driveway. So Hinotepe, right, is a higher elevation than Managua. It's not high. It's not in the mountains. So it's just a little bit up, but it's enough that you notice. Like it feels cooler, and it's a little bit more nice for being outside. But you will notice in Hinotepe pretty quickly that you're in a hot, dry, dusty area. Not as much as Managua, certainly not as much as Leon, but it's warmer for sure, and it's still a little bit of a drive into Managua, but it's not terrible. But the roads aren't straight because there are mountains, and when you drive in. This is actually interesting. I never really think about this. Like sometimes like putting roads together because I live in Leon, so I never drive directly from Hinotepe to Managua. The road from Hinotepe to Managua goes through Ticuantepe, which is, by many people's opinions, the best place to live in the country. And I really need to go do some filming in Ticuantepe. I need to film Route 20 because it only goes between Ticuantepe and technically it only goes to San Marcos, and then it becomes 20B2. Why 20B2? It's the same freaking road as 20. Why did they give it another name? I do not know. This makes no sense whatsoever. And in some cases they just call it 20, but in other places it's 20B2. Yeah. Anyway, 20, as it runs from Ticuantepe down to Hinotepe, is just loaded with great stuff. And goes through Managua, Masaya, Carazo, through that region. And I'm sure it would be an amazing drive. And all those villages would be like, whoa, these are super cool. So much potential and everything. And right by the volcano, I definitely get why people are just addicted to Ticuantepe, even though like nobody lives there. Not a huge population area. I don't know why. I mean, it's a little bit far out of the city, but I am always really enchanted with Esquipulas. That area seems really, really nice. There's a lot of that area that I'd like to spend time exploring. I feel like it's a reasonably populated area that basically no one ever films. Someone's going to be like, no, there's all these people that film it. What are you watching? But as far as I know, nobody ever films those areas. Like, it's weird. They're really nice. It's some of the best stuff in the country, and just nobody goes out there. But why? It should be really good places. And like Messiah, there's way too little filming of Messiah. Everything in that region, everything between Granada and Managua, there's like this band of don't film that. And it's just like avoided. Like, people think it's boring. I don't know. For me, it's like it's one of the most exciting parts of the country. Okay, we're just getting the information. This is, I don't think, what people want to hear. Okay. Okay. A1 steak sauce. The official word that I got from an attorney who works with immigration and is from immigration said that it's 6 months and it's enforced. So you're going to need to get your passport updated real fast, which you can expedite normally in the U.S. and get it pretty quickly, but you need to do that. So that sucks. Sorry that's the. Is there a chance to let you in? I would guess there's a chance, but it's going to be talking someone into it. They're not going to look the other way. So definitely get on that. And if anyone sees a number one like pop in and not hear me say that, because it probably went to ad or something, make sure we grab them and let them know. Am I in Nicaragua right now? Yeah, I'm basically always in Nicaragua. If you see my office, I'm in Nicaragua. I don't have another home. I have more than one home in Nicaragua, but I only have homes in Nicaragua. I am in Leon, where I live. Larry says, I lived in Esquipulas, a block from Price Mart. Lots of nice townhomes and homes down the street from Price Mart. That's a pretty cool area. I'm thinking like a little bit deeper than just a block, like a little bit kind of northeast. It just seems so cool because it goes down, which of course is not great for the weather, but it goes down and it just, I don't know, it's like this cool, quirky holler. That's my drawl pulling in there. Y'all meet me in the holler now. We're fixing to go out for some brisket. I met a Canadian couple that were opening a gringo restaurant in Hinotepe. I heard good things about it. Do you know it? No. I can't think of a gringo restaurant in Hinotepe. I'm not surprised that there is one, but I don't know what it is. Unless it's Solo Mio, would that be? Luke says, as I was about to comment that the closed captions were translating Spanish words better than English, it translated Messiah as Messiah. Yeah. Brent says, wow, the few pics that are on Google Maps of Ticuan Tepe look beautiful. Oh, yeah. Ticuan Tepe is pretty amazing. Kim says, oh, because it was bright, looks like it's daytime. Oh, Kim. That's a background light. Yep. I guess it does kind of look. It does kind of give a look like it's coming from outside because there's two lights, so I can't reach this one. There's a white one over here, which is not because I wanted it to be white. It's I couldn't find the filter. And then this one has a blue filter. The same light, just one's white and one's blue. And so it gives kind of a gradient in the background. And I do the blue because I've got everything in my office is orange. All the highlights are orange, and so it just sets off really well because the blue kind of fades into towards sort of turquoisey in the Reala Ace color stuff. So it just works out. So that's why it looks like that way. I have a big light up here, and then I have a highlight right here. You can kind of see if I block it just a little bit, and then two lights behind me. And then when I'm doing shorter things, I have an additional light that I use specifically to blow up my stuffies. Right, I can do this. and then what I like to do is put it behind me. So you can't see the light. So I'm here, but then my stuff, he's like, whoa. I can also do like this. So that gives kind of a cool glow. The problem is that's running off battery, so it only lasts for like maybe an hour at most. I can do this. This is how you get those cool effects. Anyway, yes, I'm here in Nicaragua. I still haven't found a good desk. Oh, TJ, yeah, I don't know where a good desk is available. I do know near Scandinavo there is a high-end furniture store, and I think there's one near the Princessa, but I don't know. Might be a little bit hard to track down something really good. You could take a trip to Guate and have something imported. But like, what's their name? Steel, whatever, like some of those like good commercial ones, there are dealers. You just have to hunt around to get one. TJ have one custom made. That's what I did. This is all custom made by Chepe. That works for me. So my whole thing, except the desk I'm on, I haven't got that one piece done yet. Everything else, the desk over here, this is my podcast desk right here. You guys can't see it, but right here's my podcast desk. He made all that and all the shelves over there. Yeah, Masatepe, they do furniture, but they don't really do desk type stuff that I've seen. I mean, someone must do, but it's a little bit not the best for the kind of desks we're looking for. Custom or steel case. That's who I'm thinking of. Steel case is sold in Managua. But yeah, office furniture is a challenge. But if you look around it, like Plaza Natura, where they've got offices there, people have really nice desks, so they exist. They're getting it from somewhere. Let me see. Let's see if I can track this down. Office furniture store. Who knows if it's any good? Hold on, I'm going to look at these pictures. That's not good. That's the only picture. One mediocre chair. Well, that's not useful. No, they might have stuff. Here you go, TJ. This might be a place to check out. Yeah, some of this looks okay. None of it looks as nice as the chair I have, though. Like, they're okay. Desk looks good. That's a nice standard, nothing special desk. Well, I kind of want that. All right, how much is it? Let's go see. Comprar. And then it shows me laptops. Why would you show me laptops when I'm looking at furniture? That makes no sense. Muebles. Page 2. Okay, here's one option. We're going to check it out. $150. Oh. Yeah. I mean, that's seems okay. Here, let's take a look. I wish there was a better picture of it, but that actually, so I like how big the one I have is, because this is like big, but I want to replace a lot of it with specialty stands for my monitors and stuff and have a whole lot less actual desk space. That might actually work really well for me. Well, I'm glad I looked at that because it's a potential option. Friend booked a trip to Nicaragua and got turned back in Texas due to less than 6 months on passport. Got turned back in Texas. Oh, that's a really good point for A1 steak sauce. A number one. The real problem is not the Nicaraguan border. In most cases, the airline won't let you on. They'll never check with Nicaragua. They will not let you on because they don't want to deal with the risk. And so that's where you run into a problem. So, yeah, I forgot that's the obvious issue. That's where everyone gets problems, is getting turned around there. I'm suddenly feeling munchy. I did eat. I actually ate quite a bit before the show. I should be good. Should not be complaining about food. I had 2 tuna melts, which, honestly, I think we're able to do better tuna melts here than back home because we have better terrible American cheese. Like, when it comes to bad American cheese, Nicaragua's really got it good. Like, that that Cargill manufactured stuff is so tasty. I don't know how they do it. It's really good. Gooch Gooch says, I don't know about the U.S., but in Canada, you can get a passport in a few hours. You just need to pay a service charge. Nope, not in America. We do not have the capability to do those kinds of things. Same thing in Nicaragua. A couple hours? Maybe not. Next day, definitely. It is so fast in Nicaragua, so easy. No, United States, you can get it in a few days, but it's a lot of money and it's just a few days. Edwin says, last Tuesday, I went to another sports trip, this time to Jinotega and in Concha and Plaza Auto Costco. Both places are named like this and located in the same area. For Jinotega, Brumas versus Managuas Lions. Cool. And how was it? In Concha and Plaza Auto Costco. TJ says, when I came down last time, my niece came with me. She had 2 months left on her passport. It wasn't an issue. Wow. Okay. Who did you fly with, TJ? That's good to know that someone made it in. Only 2 months left. I've never gambled on that. Says the guy whose driver's license expired. Maybe by the time I get a renewal, Nicaragua will give me a passport from here, so I don't have to worry about it. Wink, wink, people watching my channel. DJ just did a search on Gmaps for, I'm going to call it that, Gmaps. It's funny, Gmail doesn't sound cool, but Gmaps sounds like, what's up, dog? Gmaps for office furniture in Nicaragua. Found quite a few in Managua. Not sure how they are, but could try a few of them. That's what I was thinking, Dale. I was just looking at, that's how I stumbled on that one. Looked like a decent place. I did specifically look for steel case. I don't think they have that, but that would be nice. In which they beat them 107-61. Whoa, that's dramatic. I have never been to Jinotega for a game. Oh, no, that's not true. I didn't go to Jinotega for a game. I did walk past a game happening in downtown Jinotega when I was there. United let you on, and Nicaragua didn't give you a problem. Well, that's pretty cool. I need to get out and do a real road trip. I'm itching for a road trip. And my foot's, I don't want to jinx it, feeling pretty good. I definitely can still tell something's going on, but like right here, it doesn't feel bad right now. A few days ago, just sitting here, it'd be like, not like, I don't want to overplay it. Like, it wasn't a problem. It was just, if I walked on it for a long time, it would become a problem. And it was almost healed, and it was Ida's birthday on Saturday, so we went to Pelican Surf, and of course I danced until like 3 o'clock in the morning. So it was pretty bad. So you just gotta be careful. Edwin says, I also saw from very close the new Árbol de la Vida as well. What is the green button that just came up? What? Hey, what is this thing? Oh, is that a... What did that button do? This green button came up. I don't know how he did that. Oh, do you have a video of the Árbol? I don't know. Anyway. Where is Edwin? Where is Edwin? Edwin, where is the Árbol de la Vida in Jinotega? I knew that they were building one, but I don't know where it is. What's everybody got going on this weekend? I have nothing that I can think of at the moment. That does not mean I have a free weekend. But I can't think of what it would be right now. We got a lot of people on. You guys are pretty quiet. Let's step it up. Lol, work. Sorry, Janet. I mean, I have to work too, obviously. But maybe I can get out and film something. That would be nice. I would like to go somewhere and actually film something. Like, that would be really cool. Like, do something different. You can pay premium for passport in Canada, but it'll probably save 2 days at most. Source info lady at passport office. Now, if connected, can be done in a matter of hours. Yeah, that's nice. The U.S. is still several days to several months in most cases. Like, it's doable. Now, we're able to get them from the embassy here, so we don't have to leave the country, so we don't really care. TJ says, sent you a picture. Oh, that seems okay. Where did you find that? It feels too big. Like, not too wide, but too deep and heavy. I like a relatively light desk. And no, that's not. Hold on. Signing out. Oh, Luke says, Southwest Florida is still under curfews until 6 a.m. I'll be looking for a breakfast restaurant. Adio. Have a good night, Luke. Thanks for hopping in. TJ says, this is what I want made. Oh, that's what you're looking for. I mean, I'm sure someone can do it. It's a style, like, there's a lot of metal in that. Could be a little bit tough. Did A1 disappear? Not that we have solid information because we got conflicting reports. TJ, how long ago was it that your niece was able to get in? Parque Auto Costco, just a few yards north of Contra Auto Costco. Oh, Parque, yeah. I'll take in wood. Larry says, I'm going to take my ATV to Las Piñatas this weekend on Sunday. Chicago Bears game 6:30 at 7:30 a.m. Is that right? They're playing Jacksonville Jags in London. Oh, okay. Can you recommend a restaurant to have brisket possibly on beach? Boy, if you're having brisket on Las Piñatas, it's a tough one, Larry. Actually, I can't. There's actually none open this weekend. Desperados is closed for at least another week. Sorry, I think. I will try to double check what the opening date is, but I think they are still closed. Where is people to ask? Right before Via Via. Right before you saw me at Via Via, I'm assuming. Okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Larry. No brisket available on Las Piñatas until November 1st. But hopefully even better brisket once it's back. And tomahawks. I've been told the tomahawks are pretty cool. I want to go see Parque Auto Casco. Hinotega, there it is. Okay. Edwin says, green is the color in which it got built and installed there. Oh, you got a green one. What is Leon? Are we purple? I feel like we're purple. I'm colorblind, so I really don't remember those kinds of things. Where is this park? Wait. Wait, is that right? Oh, Parque Auto Costco is the one with the skate park. Yeah, I've been in that park. Wait, what did you see there? That's too small to have anything. But wait, there's a building there now. Oh, at the Concho basketball court. Yes. Okay, cool. I know where you are. That skate park in Autocosco I have filmed long ago at some point. It's a nice skate park. If that's the one I'm... Yeah. Yes. And then the field that I'm talking about that I walked past that we saw people playing on is the Campo de la Salle, which is right there. It's La Salle. And then, if I remember correctly, that really weird pink castle is on 2nd, Calle 2nd, right there in front of that, I'm pretty sure. For diligent fans of my channel. I guess that is my #1 episode, so you don't have to be that diligent. But if you've seen my #1 episode, that is the field that we walked by. It's got a nice long walk. Oh, and then that's where I didn't realize where the baseball stadium was, where Estadio Moises Palacios Sorcia. James says, Thanksgiving in Canada is tasty, is coming soon, is today. I don't know when it is. Second Monday of October. Second Monday. Wait, was it this week? I ordered 2 TVs for Prime Day, 55-inch. I'll let you know if they make it here in one piece. Someone I just talked to was saying that they knew someone who just got a 55-inch through customs with no import duty. Like, they were able to just bring it through in their luggage. 4 ways Canadian Thanksgiving differs from America's Thanksgiving. 4 ways in which these two theoretically unrelated holidays are different. Why don't we start with what's the same about them? They both have the name Thanksgiving. Dale says this is in October sometime. Yes, Dale, it's the second Monday of October, which should have already happened, right? Or is it this Monday? I'm not sure. Oh, no, it should be the 14th. It's coming up in 4 days, Monday. So the first difference is they're on different days. Okay, thanks. Americans and Canadians' Thanksgiving have different but similar origins. Right? The American one was made up during the Civil War. Canada was not a part of that Civil War. Therefore, they have different origins. Number 3, Thanksgiving is a little more low-key in Canada. Obviously, because Americans are way more high-key. Duh. 4, there's no huge post-Thanksgiving shopping craze. Well, they don't say where. In America, is it crazier in Canada? Yep. Okay. What do those things have to do with Thanksgiving? Basically, they're saying that the date is different. Okay. This weekend, Canadian Thanksgiving. Yes, I could do with some Thanksgiving. I could do some tofurkey, some stuffing, some gravy, some mashed potatoes, sweet potato stuff. That kind of sounds good. Anybody notice that I'm kind of hungry? My guy said TVs don't have import duties anymore. Oh, well, that's interesting. Let me repeat that to someone that was asking. That's bizarre, yet really interesting. That's how I got my monitors without import duties. They said they were TVs. Oh, that's actually really good to know that big monitors will you can just be like, it's a TV. Edwin says, did you eat a tomahawk steak here in Nicaragua? No, because I'm vegetarian, but I never bought it yet. I hope I'll get for December 24th or 25th, New Year's Eve. So, Edwin, I own a restaurant that's famous for its tomahawks, but I'm vegetarian, so I don't eat them. I have bought them for other people, though, both at my restaurant and elsewhere. But I have bought one at Black Bison before. I bought one at, I'm trying to remember, but I've been vegetarian for 23 years, so I've not had one here. But yeah, Edwin, when you're ready for a tomahawk, I am told that Desperados on the beach has quite the amazing tomahawk. Larry says, I used to buy tomahawks a lot when I lived in Esquipulas barbecue at my house. You mean you bought uncooked ones and made them yourself. Last time I was at Desperados, someone was there at the table next to me that had a tomahawk and came back the next day. I'm like, who can eat after having a tomahawk the day before? Edwin says there's a Petronic gas station, a traffic light intersection, and nearby there's a bus terminal because buses passes through there. It must be the baseball stadium area. I'm looking. There's the Centro Escolar. There's a Puma. I know the area a little bit. I don't go to Hinatega that often. Need to get back up. It's been a year. Ooh, the Hotel Cafe. Top rated. We should do, it'd be really interesting. Okay, that place looks super cool. What is this weird place? Hold on, I'm looking, I'm going to share a link because this just looks, now I want to go. Like, it would be fun, yes, to do a meat crawl or whatever, the carne crawl, but, and film it. Like, it's got to be a big, my monitors are 27. 27 is not big. Mine are 27. This one is 35, I think. So check this out. And I expect you guys to go to this because, well, no, I'll pop it up on the screen. Don't worry. If you want to go see where this is, there's the map. But I'm going to get a screenshot of this and share it because this is kind of epic looking. I don't know why. Oh, there we go. Okay. How do I get a better picture? Oh, that should be good enough. From the outside, this place just looks so classic. I need to go here. So what I was going to say is we should have a wacky places of Nicaragua crawl and go and just eat at and stay at the wildest places you would never expect like this, because it would be amazing and everyone would be like, what are we doing? This is so wild. And yet that's such the Nicaraguan experience. Let's see, can we, there we go. Check that out. That is really cool. All of this it is really, what? That is such a cool design of a restaurant. I want to know who designed that and was like, oh yes, this is the style we're looking for. Indeterminate, old, fuddy-duddy, yet fancy. Like, I just don't know. I don't know what's going on. But I've got another picture from it I'm trying to share. Is that it? Must be. Perfect. This is the dining room. I don't know what they have. They don't have a menu. They do have rooms that you can stay in. TJ says in the US I had a 49-inch, but I had a lot of problems with resolution in some games. Yeah. We play on a big. We play on like a 65-inch, my kids and I, but we don't play fast action games. Janet says a survey that popped up about my opinion of the YouTube ads today, and the top one is too many, which I checked. Honestly, too many. All right, let's get back to the show. Larry says the best steakhouse in Managua is Porterhouse. It's like a U.S. steak restaurant with all the U.S. side dishes. It's the most pricey in Nicaragua. It's approximately 70% of a Chicago steakhouse. Wow. Dale says that looks cool. Right, Dale? That place looks cool. Like, I want to go there. It's kind of like La Hacienda. You know, when I look at La Hacienda, I'm like, I want to go there, right? Like, I want to hang out, have a nice meal, chill. There's, Nicaragua is not loaded with fancy restaurants, but when you find a good one, they get really nice. And there's something special about going to a fancy restaurant in a place that inherently isn't, like, fancy. In the United States, if you're in, like, I don't know, New York, Chicago, or, like, I grew up in Rochester, going to a fancy restaurant in Rochester has a little bit of a, we're not that fancy of a place. This is out of place a little bit, and it was always kind of cool. And we normally did fancy much more elsewhere, right? Toronto or whatever. But when you're in a place like Nicaragua, or you're used to street food, and you're used to just more everyday eating, and then you find a place that's like a wine bar, whiskey tasting room, beautiful restaurant. There's something more about it. Like it takes you to another level of enjoyment for some reason, even if it's not actually better than you would have found in some other place. But one, it's probably cheaper, but there's something about it being so out of place or unique, or it's just more special somehow. So it's, when I'm in the States, I'm not like ever, oh, let's go to a fancy restaurant. Like, who cares? But when I'm in Nicaragua and it's like there's a fancy restaurant, I'm like, I have to experience this. Like, I want to go out of my way and make a trip. I will go to a fancy restaurant and stay in a hotel just to go to a fancy restaurant and experience whatever they're doing, right? Like, it's an experience. It's unique enough, I guess, that when you're when you're in the U.S. and you go to a lot of places, you're like, whatever, right? There's lots of them. It's not really special. It's expensive. You still have to make an effort, but it is. But when you're in Nicaragua, it's kind of like each city has just one or two places like that, except for Managua. And it's like, wow, it's worth a trip. It's something special. Wow, I had no idea. So I'm still looking at this hotel cafe in Jinotega. It is so nice. Rooms are actually quite expensive. No Indian restaurants yet, James. I'm pretty confident they don't exist. I'm going to Booking to check out this this hotel, because it looks amazing. And the next time I'm in Jinotega, this is where I'm going. Like, I've decided this is where I'm going. How do I save it? I'm going to share this from Booking for you guys, just because, this is a little bit pricey. It's got a 9.0 rating, first of all. There we go. Save. This property has been saved. Save to Managua. That's, well, whatever. Copy link. Here we go. There is the Booking.com listing. And can I change this to dollars so that I can talk about it in dollars more easily? Yeah. So prices are, all right, king room on Booking. We're a top level on Booking. So we can get a king room for $49. Okay, that's honestly a really nice deal. That comes with 30 square meter room, that's 300 square feet, balcony. They call it an extra large double bed. It's a king room, but they call it an extra large double. Garden view or mountain view, air conditioning, ensuite bathroom, flat screen TV, terrace, Wi-Fi. Anything special? Ooh, socket near the bed. That's like the most important thing. Like, I hate how many places don't have a socket near the bed. Entire unit located on ground floor. Oh, I don't care about that. Upper floor accessible. Comes with toilet paper. I can't believe they list that. But that looks nice. Now, you have to have the Genius level to get that discount or whatever, but and breakfast is included. Like, that's done, right? Like, that looks fantastic. I want to go stay there. That's where I'm going. And I want to eat there. I want to check it out. Okay, Larry just sent somewhere the restaurant stuff. Where is it? There it is. Okay, not a link. Looks cool, though. But like things like this, like finding a cool hotel in Jinotega where you're like, I don't know where to stay in Jinotega. I don't know of any like cool hotels. I want to go up and check this out, because this would be like, make a trip to Jinotega and have a cool place to stay. Jinotega is such a cool location. Having a good place to stay, to explore it, and actually spend some time would do a lot for making it more fun. There's just not many hotels. Nearby hotels. There are it's a real city, right? There's places to stay. Oh, is that the most expensive hotel in town? It might be. Okay, that's funny. Then there's the Hotel Neblina. We're going to check that out. You guys aren't asking questions or providing me with much to work with, so we're checking out hotels in Jinotega because they're interesting. Okay, this place is really green. Okay, terrace is kind of cool. Way too green. All right. Looks fine. Oh, they got some nice pictures. Oh, bad pictures. Weird pictures. Oh, there they got one in the clouds. It's okay. I'm not going to take the time to show it to you. If anyone wants to look, the Hotel Neblina is very affordable and looks quite acceptable. But they got some funny pictures. They could up their game just a little bit as far as what they're showing on their website. You can book them on something called Rumbo España or Blue Pillow, which I don't know at all. I've just recently seen Blue Pillow listed somewhere, but know nothing about it. Or on Vio. They're using a lot of things that I'm not familiar with. You guys are really quiet. What is up? What is up, yo? Okay, Blue Pillow does not have the coolest looking website. Oh, and then it goes to other places. That's weird. No. That's just a no. But it's good to know that there's an option there. There's a place known as a soda. What? That is weird. So a soda is like a shop in Costa Rica? Oh my gosh, this place looks really nice. Edwin, have you been to Soda El Tico? El Tico in Jinotega? It really looks like a Costa Rican soda. Like that's legit. Oh, but inside it says La Terraza Cafe and Lounge. This place has got potential. Nice. Oh my gosh! Wait a second. I ate there when it had a different name 10 years ago. I just recognized it. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, I remember eating there. That's wild. I totally forgot that memory. Wow. Because obviously I lived here long ago. And I went lots of places. And totally forgot about that. Dale's looking at that green-ass hotel. Right, Dale? Like, it actually looks pretty decent, but it's pretty funny at the same time. Like, I would totally stay there. Like, I would have no problem staying there. Like, go give them some business. But they got some funny pictures. Like the crooked one through the plants or the one in the fog, because the place is called In the Clouds. So he took a picture in the clouds. It was cute. Why is Desperados closed? Are you remodeling? Yeah, Larry, we've got all kinds of remodeling stuff we got to do. So since there's like nobody there, it's a combination of a lot of staff is on vacation and doing remodeling. Roof work, that kind of stuff. I'm now looking at the Hotel and Restaurant Adams, which is not selling us with their photos. They have no links, no way to book, no website. No, just some it's pretty random. Oh, there's a photo. Let's see. That is a really weird pool that they have. Okay. Yeah, I'd say there, but that green might wear on me. I do like these little quirky spots, though. That's how you get the interesting things. Now, if you go up towards the lake, in theory, there's a number of restaurants and hotels and stuff getting towards the lake that get more expensive, but can be pretty nice because the lake is just beautiful. So a lot of people like to stay up there. If you are coming from the outside, if you're Nicaraguan and you're just going up to stay with family or whatever, you're going to stay in town. But if you're coming from farther away, I'm sorry. If you're not Nicaraguan, if you're an expat and you're on like vacation, chances are you're going to want to stay by the lake. I've not done enough at the lake up there. I really need to go spend time. I wish there was a good spot that I could take my dogs. That's my biggest thing to not liking traveling around. My kids like to go places, but then we miss the dogs, and the dogs are sad. I don't want to be away from the dogs. It's really weird that there is a town on the lake whose name is Yankee. And the central school, Centro Escolar Ruben Dario Yankee. I'm familiar with Ruben Dario a little bit, and I can tell you with a great degree of confidence he would not like his name on a school called Yankee. Larry says, I'm going to Mike's Mexican restaurant Sunday. Nice. Tell Mike I said hello. I drove by the other day. I saw the new first floor. I've not been in since he got the bridge and the water works and stuff all in. It looks really cool. There's a baseball field Yankee in the middle of trees. Like, there's no road going to that. How do people get there? I really want to get up and explore past Jinotega. That'd be really cool. But really, I just want to stay at the Hotel Cafe now. Now there needs to be a challenge to find the coolest, quirkiest places like that and do a tour of Nicaragua in the coolest, quirkiest places. Not the fanciest, not like bad, just the places that are like, what? But they're really cool. But that's so weird that there's like one place with hotels. And what am I looking at? What town is this? There's some place that has more hotels than Jinotega, but there's no village. It's in the middle of nowhere. Ooh. For any of you who are here in country, have you seen that there is a new resort opening up in Rio, San Juan? Like middle of freaking nowhere. I'm going to find a map location for you in just a second. I'm just checking out these wacky places I just found. Wow. Okay. Let me share a link to this weirdness. And that is in the orange, La Naranja. Okay. All right. So I just found this really interesting place. Let's see if I can track it down. According to the map, they're in the process of getting close to opening. But of course, I don't know exactly where they are. Right, they're really close to the river. That's the bridge. And of course, they're not on the map. There's a new place that I can't think of the name of it because it's got some weird name that doesn't sound like something in Spanish. On the San Juan River, near Santa Fe, where 25B crosses the San Juan, and it's got water buffalo, and it looks really interesting. So let me know. Let me know who has seen that. Ooh, the Hotel Victoria would be cool. Like out around the fort area, there's some cool stuff out there. Yeah. This is an area. I really want to go check this place out. We're going to keep looking at quirky stuff when you guys have nothing to say. But that looks like a really nice place. I'm sorry. Well, not that the hotel is that nice, but it looks like a really cool location to be at. Like, it's so not what you expect in Nicaragua. The Rio San Juan region just has such a Amazon vibe, which, I mean, it would, right? Jungle and river and all that, but it's definitely so different. I don't know that the water buffalo is on the menu. I'm hoping that they have real mozzarella out there. Great chat. Have a good one. James, have a good night. I do like the idea of doing some get-together crawls. That would be really fun. That Finca Neblina looks really cool. It did. Yeah, that place looked neat. Ooh, this has potential. This place is expensive-ish. I mean, expensive for Nicaragua. It's not $200, but certainly not $30. Oh, this has got some cool pictures. Okay. I'm down for this. I need to do some of this kind of stuff. This is interesting, and I was feeding the cats too. Hold on. Check this one out and look at their pictures. So it's got 128 pictures, but like the first one of the ruins looks really cool. It's got some cool rooms. The lights going up the hill looks beautiful. They're overlooking the river looks beautiful. But the boat going down the tiny river thing in all the green looks so cool. Mozzarella is difficult to get. That's why I'm really interested. Edwin says, Scott, I got a severe weather advisory from Google that there's rain coming to Managua around 11 p.m. Hopefully, well, I mean, we can handle some rain here. Hopefully, we don't lose power or anything. That's the biggest. Oh man, some of these places, some of this stuff looks really cool. I need to get out and do some of these things. There's just a lot to explore. I wish more of these places had like menus, because it's like, oh, this looks really neat. But if I go there, is there going to be anything to eat? Like if I take my kids there and it's like, oh, let's do this cool thing. Like this is a beautiful area. Let's stay out there. And then they're going to be like, there's nothing for us to eat here. And then they're going to be really bored and frustrated. That's the risk. I mean, they'll eat something, right? But it's not always. They got some cool looking lizards and things out there, monkeys. It's just a beautiful area, though. The San Juan going through kind of the foothills there. It's a beautiful area. And then there's places that are like, we have no roads getting to our hotel, but like, how does this work? How do you? Oh my gosh, they have a sloth. Well, they don't have a picture of their hotel. They just have a picture of a sloth at the hotel. That's a little bit weird. Can you WhatsApp a restaurant and get their menu? So yeah, sometimes you can. That's a real thing. I do that with Puesta del Sol. Sometimes I'll be like, hey, I want to order food. What's your menu? And then they just shoot it over to me. That's totally a thing. What's up with the thumbnail? You don't like our thumbnail? So my daughter does them every week. It is cats investigating a murder. And they wrote Nicaragua Live on the wall in the blood. Chris says, are solar panels popular in Nicaragua? They are very popular. Solar panels are everywhere here, on houses, on business, on parking lots, all kinds of things. A lot of restaurants will WhatsApp you a menu, but not all of them have one to WhatsApp you, so it's all over the place. But certainly you can do that, and with reasonable chance they will send it to you as long as they are, as long as they have a copy of their menu to send. I'm checking some online food, seeing who's open. No one, I'm guessing, because it's late. That is the problem. That's my biggest thing in Leon. there's just not enough food, not enough variety, and not available late enough. Oh my gosh, they say they're delivering, but do they actually have food? That's going to be the question. Oh, your kid did it. That's cool. Oh, sure. Now you're like, oh, wait, no, that's cool. Yeah, my daughter does of the all of the daily or the live ones. She does a different theme every week of just something with Nika Live written into it. So we're always like, what can we do that's quirky and original? What is my experience with using lawyers in Nicaragua? So it's been pretty good. But you got to be really careful. So we've done a number of videos. Joshua, I don't know if you've seen in the last 2 weeks, maybe. We've done 2 or 3 episodes on getting an attorney, picking an attorney, things you need to know, and all that kind of stuff. Certainly, especially if you're down, like with anything that involves services that would be used by expats down in San Juan del Sur, you're going to run into a lot of problems. Not that there aren't good things too. There's just that's where the problems are going to be. There's some good things in Nicaragua, like if you are getting an attorney, just make sure that you're getting their ID and then run their ID through the national website. The Supreme Court lists every single lawyer, and you can look them up and find out if they're at least a fully barred attorney. I don't know if that's the correct term, but people know what I mean. That's at least a good starting point. Don't look for ones that speak English. Definitely don't look for one that advertises to expats. That means that they are dedicated to making their money on customers who don't know how to be discerning. There's just no reasonable way that someone's going to target foreigners and not be looking to take advantage of the situation. There's just way too much money to justify that. So you want an attorney in Spanish. Provide your own translator if you need. Don't get one in San Juan del Sur, even though it's possible to have a good one there. Avoid it. Do not get any recommended by random expats. That is not a good process. Of all the people you're going to find, expats are not good with lawyers, evaluating those things. They can be like, I had this lawyer, everything went fine. They often don't know if things went fine, right? They often don't know what good looks like, and so they have a really hard time for natural reasons, not because they're dumb, because they don't know how to evaluate, because they don't have a point of reference. So they can be like, well, I didn't go to jail, but they don't know if they would have gone to jail. They don't know if they paid too much. They don't know if they, got screwed in a contract. They don't know if they are at risk later. So make sure you have a real lawyer. Get them from north in the country. People who speak Spanish. Don't advertise to expats specifically. And if you're getting references, the one thing that every lawyer we've had a good experience with, always recommended by Nicaraguans who have a reason for recommending a lawyer. And that's an important one, is that, expats have no ability to evaluate. The average Nicaraguan doesn't have any opportunity to go out and filter, and so they just don't run into enough. But if you run into a Nicaraguan who does business stuff and uses lawyers, they'll be like, oh, I went through several lawyers, and now I've come down to one that's really good, and I can really make a recommendation. So when we first got our first recommendations, it was from one of my business partners who had family who'd been in business here for generations, had lots of lawyers, knew people, and when they recommended someone, it was like, we've worked with these people, we have good track records, they're not just everything worked out, and eventually we found much better lawyers. But they weren't bad lawyers, they were good lawyers. So I liked working with them. They were nice people, they were affordable, they treated us well, they did a good job. Now we have ones who are even better and do a fantastic job. But if I had to go work with the original lawyers, it wouldn't be like, oh no, it would just be like, oh, they're not as good as my lawyer, right? So over time, you may find an epic lawyer that just jives with you. But we, before that point, had absolutely decent lawyers that I would work with without a problem. I was using a good lawyer who always charged $100 for most transactions, which I knew was on the higher end, but it was fine. Yeah, $100 is not horrible, depends on what you're doing. Joshua says, had a great relationship with him until now, where he's asking for $2,000 for a judicial process, but he says he'll do it for $1,500. Found a new lawyer who will do it for $200, plan to go with him until he gets too comfortable and starts charging more like this first one. Yeah, it's difficult because there can be things in the judicial processes where it may cost more, right? Like different people do different things. It's a hard one to know exactly what needs to be done at different points during a process. Which, if you watch Allison's journey, there's a whole bunch of like different lawyers took very different tacks, and some were much more expensive and some were cheaper, and it ends up all over the place. So simple transactions usually cost me 10 to 20. What's a simple transaction, Gooch? Like what? I definitely have transactions that are super cheap. We don't do transactional anymore, so I don't have an exact comparison, but you may have different ideas of what simple transactions are. This is from Dale, did you check out the Hotel Marduk Gardens near La Laguna? I feel like I've seen that one. Janet says, I love all of her pictures. That is my daughter Luciana's thumbnails for the show. Well, it depends on what it is. Yeah, like, I mean, I have really simple transactions that often we don't pay for at all when it's like really simple stuff. But 100 for like contracts and stuff, that's pretty. Some people would call that a simple transaction. Okay, hotel. Where is this? I gotta zoom way out. South of Esteli. All right. Okay, there they are. Near Rancho Don Luis, in the Mirador Rancho Don Luis. How did you find this place? Oh, you know what? I think I've seen this one. I think my friend in Esteli recommended this a long time ago. Oh, that looks really nice. I love when they show just tons and tons of pictures of like birds and trees. You're like, you know what? I get it. You're in a nice location. Here's a picture of the moon. Like, that's cool and all, but like, I want to know the hotel. Maybe the view from the balcony. That's okay, but I actually want to see the place. No, this place looks really cool. I do think I've looked at this, but a while ago. That is really neat. I always wonder how these places manage to make it, though. You know, they're so remote. Like, I live here, and this is not that far away. Like, I could easily drive here. And I look at this and go, how would I have found this? What would have driven me to find this place? Now, these photos are from long ago. Hopefully, they're still open. But this looks fantastic. I would easily go hang out here. But what would make me find it? What would make me look at the village of El Sestao and say, I think I want to go check that place out? How expensive is this? Contact the property. Well, come on. How am I supposed to contact them? They don't have a webpage. Probably have Instagram. Everyone does. I feel like I skipped some people. Thumbnail. Curious, love, check, lawyer, wow, relationship. TJ is still in the process of trying to find a lawyer. All right. TripAdvisor, I don't really like them. Not the worst, but kind of useless. Facebook information, useless. TripAdvisor. Hotels.com? Does that look right? It has its own website, which does not at all come up first. Oh no, it's because they lost their website. Come on, Nicaragua businesses. This is why we think you're out of business. Okay. San Nicolas, Esteli. Oh. I think it's out of business. I don't think it exists. Dale, are you aware that place still exists? The last pictures I can find are from 2018, and I can find no listings for it online. And their website is definitely abandoned. Dude, you live there how long and still get annoyed that Nicaraguans don't have websites? because it's so easy. All right, we're going to go find them on Instagram. That's normally the best indicator. I wish that there were laws in every country, the US too, where if you go out of business, you are required to take down all of your marketing and stuff and/or are forced to put up information that says you've closed. And it should be a hard requirement to shutting down your business. And like you're like heavily fined and personally responsible if you don't do it. Okay, so it looks like they posted on their Instagram 5 hours ago. And then they posted another one 1 week ago. So, okay. We have to talk about how stupid this is. So the Marduk Gardens has no listings. They're not on hotels.com. They're not on Booking. They're not on anything I can find. They have a beautiful Instagram feed with some really great pictures. Prices are completely reasonable. Like, this is not what I was expecting. So this is like cute place, includes breakfast, 138, which I realize is very high for Nicaragua, but they've got, okay, this one room that they keep showing pictures of that's like seriously awesome, 214, okay. But includes dinner. Oh, this is the honeymoon suite. Includes dinner for 2 people. Includes dessert for 2 people. Includes a bottle of wine. Breakfast for 2 people. And then the room is fantastic, right? So $214, figure your dinner is going to be, for this kind of place, $40 for 2 people. And then the bottle of wine, that's at least $8. And then breakfast is worth, whatever, another $8. But that's, let's just be generous and say $54 for all of that. Then if you take that off, it's $160 for this really fancy big room. Like, okay, no, very good. Okay, but so here's the thing. You have this place that's good enough that we're all jumping on it and being like, oh, this is beautiful. I would totally consider going. I'm pretty sure it's been recommended to me. And then when you go onto it, they have a phone number that probably is a WhatsApp, but we don't know. It has a Gmail address, which should indicate that it's a fake business. Like, you don't use that. You use your URL. And then they have nothing else except a website that they lost some time ago. They're actively using this as their marketing platform. And the only thing it points to is gone. What? People here often post on Facebook, have a link there to a website that is inactive if you click on it. Yeah, that's in this case, it's the only thing they have. Right? It's a website that isn't there. Like, oh my gosh, I do not understand the mindset of running a business with no ability to do business. Like, it takes so much money to open a hotel and so little effort to make a website and so little money. Like, you can put up a website for the cost of a pillow. And yet they don't have one. And yet they clearly had one at one point in the past. So they gave up spending $9 a year because it wasn't worth $9 a year, 80 cents a month, to have some means of booking a room at your hotel. This is what some German investors came through. I was hanging out with them, and they were saying, one of the most baffling things about Nicaragua is the intense lack of hustle Now, coming from like the US and Germany, we are hustle cultures. Like, ooh, my business could be twice as big if I just had a website. Making a website, right? Like, you don't have to discuss it. Like, oh, it takes nothing and it might make my business much bigger. Yeah, I'm doing that. But then here, so often it's like, oh, will I actually go out of business if I don't have that? No, probably won't go out of business. Well, then I'm not going to do it. But you could make enough money to actually pay for things. No. Like, I will not go out of business if I don't do it. So there's no way I'm voluntarily doing that. If you pay someone to work, they'll do anything, right? People are so hardworking, but the moment it's their own thing and takes no effort, they will never do it. It will never happen. It's just, it's so foreign to us that I can't figure it out. Maybe they've only got the one cabin. No, they're showing lots of different rooms. I hope you're getting rich from the commercials. It's crazy how many tonight. Oh, that sucks. I am not, but I can look up how much money I've made. No, can I? Oh, I thought it showed that. It does not. No, it doesn't show me. I don't know that I really know what I make until it's all. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I know how much it makes until a couple days later. But it's like, this is ridiculous. It's like $3. It is not making anyone rich, sadly. Could be the national resistance to American capitalism. I don't think so. You know, having customers isn't exactly capitalism, right? Like, that's a weird reaction. It's bizarre to react to capitalism by desiring to be poor. But there's something about the taking care of yourself that is just missing. Not having street addresses was a military thing. That's a little bit different. Maybe it's so. Not having addresses, I feel like has translated to not reading maps, because you actually get. I very rarely in the United States, when asking someone to use a map and they're like, I don't know how to read a map. First of all, very few people are willing to say that. But also, when you're like, you need to be able to read a map, you don't normally get pushback on it. But here, I feel like with some regularity, you actually get pushback. Like, I would never read a map. And you're like, what? It's a map. Like, what could be more useful than reading a map? And why don't you read them all the time? Like, they're super interesting to know where things are. How do you plan your day? Like, I don't know. But I guess that could just become a cultural thing of, we just don't let anyone know we're here, even when it's a business. Like, your God is money and we don't believe. Yeah. Jan says, I have way too many commercials on both my computer and the cell phone when I'm walking around. What was the name of the Instagram hotel? Oh, Marduk? Hold on, I've got it right here. Oh, I lost it. I'll have it in a second. There it is. So their Instagram is gorgeous, but you can't book from it. Like, it's useless. At least they describe where they are. We are located in kilometer 135 of the Pan American North, 9 kilometers to the west, and 1 kilometer to El Norte Tize. What is Norte Tize? Do Nicaraguans as customers make use of websites, or do they typically find businesses via other means? As far as I know, they don't find businesses at all. That's one of the challenges. Nicaraguans struggle to do these things all the time. This is one of those things where in some places there's a, we're Americans, right? So we do it this way. And then you go somewhere else and they're like, we're not Americans. We do it this way. And you're like, okay, that's not what I'm used to, but I get it. Like we have two different ways of doing it and we both go out to dinner. Consistently in Nicaragua, you go out with Nicaraguans and you're like, okay, here's the restaurant we're going to. And they go, so this happened. So first of all, this happened to me and Marcella going out trying to find a candy shop. So it's kind of like a restaurant 2 weeks ago. And their map shows them in a completely wrong part of town. So we go to the map location and they're not there. And we go to the neighbors and the neighbors are all like, oh yeah, and they just kept pointing in different directions and took us farther and farther and never got us there. We never found the place. But we called them and they were angry that we couldn't find them, even though we were standing at their map location. And they blamed us. And every Nicaraguan in the city that we talked to, I mean, we only talked to so many, but we went to people who lived at the map location. And they all like, oh, I heard of that place. And they're all trying to help us find it. With Google Maps, with the ad from the business, with Nicaraguans who wanted to go there. This wasn't like a place I found and said, I want to go to this Mexican candy shop. Nicaraguans wanted to go there because in the U.S., Mexican candy's normal. Like, I'm used to it. I don't like it. Nicaraguans are like, this is different. I want to go check it out. Like, okay. They, as a community, could not find this restaurant, this candy shop, and we didn't go. So not only were they a lost customer, I also left a nasty review because they were mean about it, right? Not only were they completely obnoxious in that they put their Google map in a place that was not where they were, but they were also then obnoxious about that we were supposed to know where they were when they didn't know where they were and were unable to tell us. And so that's just so it's way beyond just being lazy or incompetent. It's actually just mean. And it was intent. But by the end, it was intentionally avoiding customers, right? If as an investor, if my business did that, they would just be fired, right? You intentionally turned away customers and then intentionally aggravated them for it. Like, it was a setup. A couple years ago, there was a new place called Dr. Bird that came to Nicaragua. And this is the first time that I really experienced this. That they opened a restaurant, they put all this advertising out there. Like, they put out an effort. But the one thing they refused to put out was where they were. They kept it completely secret. And you could ask them and they would only repeat a direction that nobody could use. To this day, I've lived in León for years. I know León better than most people. I know a lot of people in León, and I know a lot of people who know a lot of people in León. I have never once met a person who could find where this restaurant was without having stumbled on the restaurant. Like, if you knew where it was, you could get back to it. Nobody could look it up. No one. And everybody, mostly expats, gave me the same story. Well, it's because you're a foreigner. You don't know how to get there. It's because you're supposed to ask people. If you talk to people in León, they would know. Really? Because we went to taxi after taxi. And they're like, never heard. I have no idea what this reference is supposed to mean. This doesn't get you anywhere in the city. We talked to locals. We talked to the parking guys. Like, there's people who work in the parking spots in the city. We walked around the city to the areas where they were hinting they were near and kept asking people. And nobody, no Nicaraguan, including the people who are expected to know the addresses, the taxi drivers, could use their archaic address mechanism to find them. They adamantly refused to give any landmark, refused to give any street number, any street name, any GPS coordinates. There are so many mechanisms that would take a second and stop the person, one, being angry that you're not helping them, and two, just have them show up and give you money. Instead, they chose to keep being on the phone because we thought it would be a good restaurant. We're like, well, it seemed like it looks good. We really want to check this out. We want to support a new place. I was so angry by the time we finally got there. I think it took us a month to find the place. Like, we went out, drove around a number of times and kept looking for it. and kept asking people and kept getting angry that we would ask them and they would refuse to tell us where they were. We finally found the place, and it was huge, and they put in a big investment, and it was like a family that came from somewhere else, like somewhere else in the country, like the East Coast or something, had come in and opened this whole thing and had, I don't know, 20 employees, and it was like really impressive. Now the food was completely awful. It should have been Caribbean cuisine, because it was a completely Caribbean owned and run restaurant, but they only served the exact same Nicaraguan food you get everywhere, like the cookie cutter. Every single place does it, and nothing special. There was nothing to set them apart. And you're like, I came here because it was supposed to be, and they made such a big deal. The whole place is painted up Caribbean, had a Caribbean name, had all Caribbean staff that was brought in, like everything. They went so out of their way, except for the food was not at all. And so it was the most ridiculous thing. And we're like, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't good enough that we ever went back. We were never interested in checking it out again. But we put in so much effort, and they put in so much advertising to make us want to go there. And then when we had this candy fiasco come up, I looked it up, and yep, they've been out of business for a while. So they went through all this effort and investment of opening a restaurant, and it's a really expensive thing to do. And they literally intentionally, there's no way, it is not plausible in any world to claim it was an accident. They intentionally pushed away and aggravated customers who were most interested in going there for whatever reason, because the hatred of sharing their location was so paramount that they would never consider the needs of the customers at any cost. Once you're in there, they were perfectly nice, just not worth ever visiting again. But that was so extreme. But everyone was like, this is somehow your fault. But every person we ever spoke to was like, yep, we've never been able to find it. Nobody was able to find it until they stumbled upon it. And it was in the middle of the city. It was just on a street. You don't drive that much, and you don't tend to look at the restaurants. If you knew to look for it and you happen to drive by, it's right there. But I'm sure this Mexican candy place, I guarantee they're going to go out of business, because they have zero interest in having customers. But there's some disconnect where over and over again there's this, we make a business and we just expect people to come no matter what we do. We can close the door, lock the door, set the place on fire. We just expect people to keep showing up and buying things. And somehow they expect this business to be magic. And so do Nicaraguans as customers use websites? No, but I think they would if they had the opportunity. But that would take some education, because there's such a gap in what a website is and how to use it that it really is confusing in many cases, or just not something someone would jump to. But you can see, like this place, they had a website. Tons of places have websites and then let them lapse. I think they're all working with companies that are like scamming them or something, and then they just don't follow up. I mean, I know a lot of American companies that do this too, but those are normally because of corruption. It's because someone internally stealing money, and this is a spot that it shows up. It's a place where it falls through the cracks. I don't know. But the thing that I wanted to point out is, it feels like this must be a thing. Like, we're North Americans, we have a different view of things, we're missing something, or this is how people work. Nicaraguans are consistently like, this is insane. Why are we treated this way? Why would we do it? Like, Nicaraguans have the same reaction I do. It's expats who are like, no, you must be missing something. Nicaraguans are like, nope, you're not missing something. This sucks. They're hiding it from us. Why would they do that? I hear that every time we get an address. Every time we go to look at a house, we have this conversation. Why has the real estate agent not sent us their GPS locations? They claim they're standing at the house. Now they're just hiding from us. Because we're like, where are you? We can't find you. Here's where we are, right? And then they tell you like random things. And you're just like, seriously? The other thing that I have to, for Don Timoteo, says, showed a friend how to use GPS coordinates from Google, and she loves it. Like, it's the like, oh my gosh, coordinates make everything work? Yes, they do. I had to teach someone that when you're driving, that lip pointing doesn't work. And I found out that for a long time, one of the reasons I wasn't getting directions because they kept saying like a key and a ye. And I'm like, there has to be some thing that I am missing. How does there help me when I've got a circle or multiple roads? I'm like, it turns out they're lip pointing. And they weren't aware that sitting slightly behind me and way off to the side, when I'm looking at the road, often off to the left, away from them, it never occurred to them I couldn't see their lips. And I never imagined that someone would think I could see the expression on their face as a direction when I'm clearly looking away from them. And that was the way that they were giving driving instructions. And I had to keep repeating, derecha, derecho, izquierda. Derecha, derecho, izquierda. Those are the only possible instructions. All other instructions aren't instructions. Here, there, that way. Like, when I can't see you, you can't just say those things. Everything having to do with navigation is just such a black hole. It is so hard to figure out what's going on. Like, I can't figure out why it's like that, but it really is universal. So Nicaraguans are constantly complaining that they can't find places or that it takes them hours to get to places that they should have been able to drive right to. They're all suffering this problem. So no, the answer to that really long rant is no. Nicaraguans do not have a solution to this either, and they are not finding businesses over and over and over again, just not finding the businesses. Take the little woman to Hotel Tropical next to Hotel Casino, hidden gem, 200 fishing boats parked under your, oh yes, that's your friend's place in Caceres. I've been not in it, but I've been up to it. She will look into your eyes and tell you are her hero. 50 boats leaving at dusk, leaving to fish. 6 a.m. boats coming in to unload the catch. Dale says, got to put the navigator in the front seat. No, Dale, the navigator was in the front seat. It's just that they're, not, when you're driving, you're looking like this way. And I'm often leaning forward because you can't really see. Like, it's always messed up windshields. There's no windshield wiper fluid here. I don't know if people realize this. We can't buy windshield wiper fluid. If anyone knows where you can buy some, let me know. We've been looking. Nobody knows where to buy some. It's such a weird problem. I know recently I found this restaurant, right? Oh no, their website is still up. That's what it is. Okay, so here, this is great. Janet will love this. I feel like Janet was in on this impossible to find restaurant at the time. Okay, so their Instagram has been deleted. That's one of the reasons that we can't find it. So originally they only had that. Now they have this website, and you go to it, and the website looks pretty decent, right? They got like all this branding. Okay, yeah, the background is a little bit cheesy, but the top part, for the most part, they came up with something that worked. I have no idea why the place is called Dr. Bird. The name was, in my mind, really bad marketing because it was in English, Dr. Bird Bar and Grill, and then it was a Nicaraguan restaurant with Nicaraguan food. Like, super confusing. And you'll notice that they opened in 2022. They've not been open and closed long enough that they should have gone through their burn rate yet, right? If you're opening a restaurant, you need to assume you're going to make it like 2 years running off of your pocket money, right? Like, you got to. You just have to do that, right? So they've been closed for quite some time. I can't remember the last time I saw them. What was their game plan, right? Like, what were they banking on? And then if you go to their website and you look at it, and it's like, okay, so they made this main page, and it's pretty weird. And then they've got like a blog link. It just goes to check back soon. They put in a blog link, but never put in a blog. They have book online. Book online, it's a restaurant. What does that mean? And then it says our services. Service name, 1 hour for $19.99 Cordobas, which is not a real way to write Cordobas. And it shows a picture of someone setting their watch and an apartment in New York City. Like, what the heck? Forum? They have a forum. Except when you go to their forum, oh no, they actually have a general discussion. Share stories, ideas, pictures, and more. Questions and answers. There's not a single thing there. They have their hours. Come visit. But no location. No location. This entire website, to the best of my knowledge, does not tell you what country, what city, what street, anything. Not a single thing. And there's a phone number on it. But the phone number is for a different country. But this is definitely the right place. And they didn't make the website until 2023. So just last year. So they've been open for a year. They have a members page. Log in to connect with members. Reservations. This is what? They actually have a reservation system. What? We'll try to get the best seats for you. What? If I click reserve now, what does it do? They have a reservation system that has to go nowhere. It's just this dead thing. Online orders, online menu, but it's all hidden under a thing. Oh my gosh, they actually have an online menu that they made at some point. That's really shocking that they bothered to put that in there, because they never really got up and running. But it's hidden under more. So they have this website that has all these links that are dead, right? There's no blog. Book online makes no sense. There's no forum. There's no membership. Reservations, I don't think was a real thing. And then under more, you can find their menu. Like the level of lazy and doesn't make any sense. And like, okay, they had shrimp cocktail. Every restaurant has that. A plate of cheese, and they literally mean just everyday naked cheese like we get for breakfast. Okay, they did have shrimp in coconut oil. That was something kind of different. Most of these things that they're showing, I don't think they actually had. This stuff blows my mind. But this is, I don't know how long this has been gone. Like, they've been gone a long time. And this was, oh, does this, can we get to Facebook? Does that exist? Nope, the Facebook link. If you go to shared gallery, it just goes to something that says power, and that's it. And then you can go to something called Be a Hummingbird. Earn 10 feathers for every 100 Cordoba spent. And every page has this phone number to a country. I don't know where this is. We're gonna track this down. The things. Okay. Is it countries by calling code? We're looking it up, people. We're tracking them down. The phone number is in New Zealand. It's a New Zealand phone number. A Jamaican restaurant that is painted to look like Jamaica, that only serves non-Jamaican Nicaraguan food, and in order to call them, the only number they give is in New Zealand. Larry says, in the auto supply shop next to convenience store in Uno Sutiava. What's there, Larry? I'm missing something. Chris says, you recently did a live feed with veterinarian Dr. Jorge. Yep, you have plans to do that with a dentist and family doctor. Yeah, we could probably do that. That's not a bad idea. I could get Adon to come on. He's a doctor. That would be cool. And dentist is actually really easy. So Dr. Betsy and Marisol would probably come on and be quite popular. They would probably like doing that. And everybody speaks English, so that would be cool. That's my dentist, right? So that would actually be really cool. I will reach out and ask them about that. That is a good idea. Yeah, I'm just flabbergasted by these businesses and the effort they put into the things that aren't their business and never give you a chance to be a customer if you want. But all of that was, Larry says for windshield washer fluid. Oh, Larry, thank you. Seriously, the auto supply shop next to the Uno in Sutiava has it? It's left of the My Tienda or whatever. What is that? That little convenience store behind the Uno. It's just, I think I know where you are. I got to check that out. That would be the best thing ever. You have no idea how much we need windshield washer fluid here. They don't sell it at like Walmart. They don't sell it at PriceSmart. They don't sell it at any of the shops we go to. So we're constantly like, where the heck do you get this? We ask and people are like, nope, we don't have it. Like what? Like we don't know what you're talking about. It's not a thing. And we go to auto shops all the time and they're like, nope. Auto supply shop next to the convenience store. Cool. Yeah, no, the Dr. Bird thing though was just, this was a business that at the time refused to give us an address, and it's what introduced us to this problem. And we were so flabbergasted by the lengths they would go to avoid getting us as customers. And, the sisters are owners. Well, that's cool. That's super close. Super close. But I do want to check out this Marduk. That seems really cool. Jamaica beat Nicaragua, but not in restaurants. The restaurant went out of business. Perfect timing. Oh, that sucks though that Jamaica won. Bummer. But this definitely looks cool. I'm going to send this to... So Nicaraguans have the same challenges. They're struggling to find places. It's an area where there's a lot of opportunity for growth, but it's a big challenge because you need to educate consumers to understand what a website is, how email should be formed, how to look for security. There's like all these pieces that you have to have that because no one uses websites, no one is familiar with those standards. And then you also need, at basically the same time, the businesses to put up websites and do them correctly and have a URL and advertise it in the right places and have a website that actually works and host it and all those things. And of course, those things are cheap and easy, and basically you can do it all for free. But the problem is that being 20 years, 30 years behind the web ball and having this culture similar to the map thing of we don't use the web, we use Facebook, makes it that there's a literacy that we expect in most places that we're already challenged by. In the US, I am like, with all the customers we have and people that I deal with every day, constantly blown away by how dramatically little Americans know about websites that they use every day and how to host one and like what it should cost, what's reasonable and stuff. And so if American businesses that are well trained and have basically unlimited resources shoved in their face every day that should be guiding them at least away from the worst mistakes are constantly falling for mistakes so much worse than worse should ever possibly be, that for Nicaraguans who are in so much more of a difficult financial or economic position, and not saying poverty-stricken, just saying if you're opening a restaurant in Nicaragua, the cost of a website is going to be a much larger percentage of your revenue than it is in the United States, because the cost to make a website is the same, right? In both cases, it would be insane to hire anyone except for someone in Nicaragua to do it, or someone equivalent to someone in Nicaragua to do it. That's where websites get made. If you're making websites somewhere else, you got to really stop and think. I'm not saying just Nicaragua, right? I'm saying places at this price point, because there's no advantage to making a website somewhere else. You're just paying a lot, just having a lot of cost involved. So if it costs, reasonably for a restaurant or a veterinary clinic or a dentist clinic or something like that, a normal, what we call pamphlet website should cost about $800. I've seen some places do it for like $600, and I don't know how they do it. Some places, $1,100. That's not out of the realm of reason, but $800 is kind of a middle ground that's pretty good. And at that price point, you can get really professional websites and guidance and advisory and really good security and all that. Like what's best for your business is generally available around that price point. And then hosting a properly made website is free, and accelerating and caching and all the security stuff you need for that is free. And it doesn't matter if you're in the US or Nicaragua, it's all free in both cases. So in both cases, you're looking at, if you know what you're doing, if you're getting good advice, you're looking at $800-ish plus no ongoing cost, plus $9 a year. You always have to own the URL. That's it. That's the whole thing. And that's super fast, super secure, really reliable. Don't have to worry about getting hacked in any reasonable way, with backups included, like all kinds of coverage. Like, that's doing it right, is costing that. So for an American restaurant, $800 is like, oh, we blow through that while, opening the door in the morning. But to a Nicaraguan restaurant, that could be the operating cost of a week. And so that there's this huge, huge difference that, do you give up a weekly operating cost? Will you recover that? And for the American business, it's like, I can't afford to stop and talk about this. We're bleeding out $800 an hour in our staff, which could be a real number. So it's like, just get it done. If it gets one customer through the door, whatever. If it's a bad decision, it doesn't matter. But to a Nicaraguan business, it's like, whoa, if that was a bad decision, that could impact us significantly. So it's just that little bit makes a really big difference. So because of that, it's difficult to get Nicaraguan businesses onto web pages, because you got to get them to make that investment, which they would do if they confidently knew that that was the right thing to do. The problem is that, given how insanely well known that should be, that it's $800-ish and that everything else is free and $9 a year, like owning a URL, like this stuff is so basic to business, so basic to any little hobby you might have, that American businesses are getting this wrong really means that Nicaraguan businesses have very little hope. There's so much misinformation. There's so much dishonest salespeople out there. So many predatory businesses that if you're Nicaraguan and have nothing to base it on, no experience from other businesses, you're just being thrown to the wolves. So that's a really difficult hill to tackle, really difficult hill to climb here, because of that 30-year lag in experience and knowledge about websites. Of course, people know websites, but they're very much these things that foreigners use. They're useful for some things. They know that Amazon has a website, but most things, people have apps these days. And so people really confuse the concept of websites and apps. They'll be unable to find them. There's a lot of these like basic literacy challenges that are pretty widespread. And so it doesn't take too many people with literacy challenges in that way to make it very not effective to attempt that approach to business. You guys go. Gosh, I'm yawning. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, it's gotten pretty slow, and I need to hang out with my kids. And we do have a good number of people on, but we're not very talkative. I think we might call it kind of an early night. We've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. We're not exactly a short live stream, but we're not, we're not breaking any records here. But it's been a good night. We've had a good audience, but I feel like we're kind of drifting on topics. So, and just, as soon as I say that, I can see the people signing off pretty quickly. So I think people were kind of hanging out and wanted to not leave early. Yep, there goes another one. But if they're given the chance that we're gonna wrap it up, they're like, oh yeah, no, I'm tired. So we're gonna hit 23 here in a second. Let's see who's gonna drop. All right, now it's hanging at 24. But I think we'll call it a night. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Go and there's the 23. Yeah, it's really, we just went from 30 to 23, as I said, all that. Be sure and go watch. There's 2 other videos for the day. So if you didn't get a chance to watch them before this, please go watch them and get those views in there. And sign up for the Nika Habla stuff. I know a ton of people have hopped in there. I haven't been watching it during the live stream, but I know 1 or 2 people. Oh, we may have a few. Nope, it's just TJ sending me messages. But more people are in there, so we have live chat about stuff all week long is in there. So definitely do that. And otherwise, it has. I don't know how you do it. Milton says 4 hours. 4 hours is an easy night. It's been a kind of busy week, and I have some. We're down to 21. Boom, just went down. Weird game of chicken. It is a weird game of chicken. I know what you mean. Dale says, see you later. Have a good night. I am about to start, and this is ridiculous, a 750-hour university-level course with my oldest daughter, and need to put in some effort. I'm thinking about cracking a bottle of wine and just knocking out an hour or 2 tonight. She is studying development, and it's a good thing for us to do together, and it's a whole development area I've not worked in the past, so it should be interesting. I'm excited to do that, but I think we're going to hit that. So as people seem to be taking advantage of the night wrapping up, thanks for joining me.